NFL
Now,
draft.
now we on.
You know, it's always something. 2023, man. NFL draft, LTB sports. What's going on?
Oh man, interesting. Lamar just got his deal.
He did. He did. He just got paid. That was going to make the draft interesting. It was going to make it interesting, and it took that part of it out of it. Took are the Ravens going to trade, or is somebody going to trade for Lamar? It took that part of it out of it. So, good for him. Everybody, including myself, that said he needed an agent. No, I guess he didn't. I guess he did not. So that's an interesting part of it.
He could have used the help in certain things, but overall, like, it's pretty standard, man.
It's kind of standard. It's you get an attorney that understands NFL contracts to look at it and go over the the minutia, but it's just okay. This is what it is. This is what I want. Is it all right? Is it all guaranteed? Does this make sense? And boom, 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 and there you go.
Yeah, I feel like it was always going to get done, man. It's
well,
it's just a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
You got to take a lot of time.
Yeah, you do.
When you're spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
In any area.
And I get it.
If you go on Amazon and you go over $100 on your cart, you leave the cart.
Yes, you do.
You come back the next day. Do I really need this?
Yes, you do.
So if you're going to do that on $100 purchase on Amazon, I think you're going to take a little bit of time. $260 million.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It is a lot.
And he saved a lot. That's what he saved. That's the thing. Not using an agent, he saved a ton of money. So
yeah. If let's say he gets the whole amount, let's see, 260.
This should be like $7 million.
Let's just say it's a customary 3%. Once you get that big, yeah, $8 million.
There you go. You can do a lot with $8 million.
Yeah.
So
you
good
can
for
give
him.
it away. You can give it away and it'll do a lot more good than put it in somebody else's pocket.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
At the end of the day, could the deal been done quicker? Yes. Could have been done more efficiently? Yes. Could he avoided a lot of this, people talking in the off season? Yes. Could he avoid a lot of worry by the fans by having an agent? Yes. But at the end of the day, he still got the same money. That's all that really matters.
That's all that matters. And, people are looking to get in. We got LJ's number one fan looking to jump in.
Oh, here you go.
I know. He been smiling for 2 hours. He's been smiling for 2 hours.
It's 7.8, by the way. It's 7.8. You say, my brother.
Up, man.
It's 7.8, by the way. He get to give Felicia. You know what I'm saying? That's my mama name too. So it's near and dear to my heart,
You knew it. He been smiling for 2 hours.
Yep.
And he gonna be smiling for the next 2 days. That's all good though, man.
No. My bad. I got cut off, man. I was just saying that, Miss Felicia get that 7.8 instead of the other guys. And that's my mama name too. So it's near and dear to my heart that Miss Felicia.
I understand.
Got that money instead of some other random guy that he just met a year.
He's gonna get hers regardless.
Yeah, but this way he take care of it right off top. He ain't got to dig in nothing. It's just money that would have been elsewhere. It's a great thing.
Write it off.
Yeah, and it's still people still trying to act like, oh, he should have been did it. Da, 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 da. I'm like, man, y'all really more people need to be like my boy Big B, man, and just say,
Hey, I was wrong. I can say it. I can admit it. I thought, man, once it got to the point where it came out that he was asking for a trade, I'm like, okay, Lamar, enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Dan, did you see? My bad. Go ahead.
No, you're good. But once it got done,
right.
It is what it is, man. What am I supposed to say?
You did the right thing. Nothing. You the model citizen. You did the right thing. There. I don't know if you watched watch me and B show when we did our one-on-one, and what I said. See, you act like you want. That man Ben knew he wasn't gonna get 230, but you gotta act like you want 230. So they'll meet you in the middle of ridiculous. Right. And that's exactly what he did. He Ben knew the other leverage to hold off was making them go get OBJ and D Hop. Hopefully,
but that's bargaining one-on-one.
Yeah, Yeah, I think that's
you come in high, they're gonna come in low, and y'all meet somewhere in the middle down the road.
Right. Easy. He never had to walk fully guaranteed. I think he knew that was an outlier, but you can't just why give up? And he was in no rush to sign. But I'm glad they got it done before the draft. So now he sets them up to be successful. Now they don't have to worry about drafting a quarterback. Yeah. They can get whatever they need. It was perfect timing.
Yeah, you go into that draft with a plan A and a plan B, and now you can throw away plan A, and you can just draft off a plan B, make it a lot easier for yourself.
Yeah, man.
It costs you some coin, it costs you some money to be able to do that.
Yeah. But
with the salary cap going the way that it went, and the way that you can write off, signing bonus money, it's still now outrageous and sets them up where they can still add pieces to win.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. They still got it. You can't just sign your quarterback and have him take up 35% of your cap. You can't do that, you know. And now it sets them up to be able to add pieces to go win.
Yeah, because the cap hit gets taken care of because they re-signed Lamar, and now they got the draft tonight. And if they get D Hop, I'm telling you right now, they're going to the Super Bowl. I'm telling you right now. If they get D Hop,
it's early. It's too early.
I don't care, D.
You got to do that.
If they
got to do that, it's not.
Steelers,
I'm diehard. I'm diehard Lamar.
I know.
I've been waiting for him to get a squad. See, he never had a squad, even in college. He's never had a squad. Just give my man a squad. Give him a squad. Then we can see the best Lamar. This definitely MVP Lamar year right here. With them weapons, and then they already got JK back and Gus. Now with an OBJ that I don't know who gonna go in the slot, Bateman or OBJ. I don't know. Because D Hop gonna be the X. You know what I'm saying? I already know.
I got a new wide receiver coach too, right?
We had I'm not sure. I know T Martin came last year with like 2 other people.
He came from KC.
Yeah.
Greg.
Got his name. Man, I had to sneak in. I'm in here with the wife, man. You put on there, you with me tonight. She done pulled me in the room to watch a movie. That's why I'm all shirtless. But I had to come out to get on this live.
Hey, man. I already knew.
Greg Lewis is the coach. Is the wide
Greg Lewis?
Coach.
Yeah. He came over from Kansas City.
You
played with Greg Lewis though, didn't you, D?
Yeah.
What's your say?
Yeah, that's how old I am.
Yeah,
I got my homeboys as coaches now.
Dang.
It's crazy.
I just feel like with that offense now, with another legitimate receiver with Bateman and Andrews, and man, he has no excuse now. So anybody who want to talk about him, this is the year to do it. This is the year for me to have nothing to say.
Yeah, when he got a couple weapons.
This is the year. We'll see.
Your last prediction didn't go so well. So
which one was it?
The last Super Bowl.
Year. You said
not last year, way back. He took a couple years off.
What I said.
You said they was going to win a Super Bowl. It was like 3-4 years ago.
That was hopeful exuberance.
Is that all art?
It was hopeful exuberance.
What is it now?
Right now, this is calculated. Remember, last year before he got hurt, he was in the top 5. But he's been in the top 5 MVP race every year before he got hurt since the second year. I mean, let's just be real about that. Every single year, Lamar Jackson is in the MVP race. He got hurt the last 2. It's okay. Last year he could have came back. If he had that 260 last year, he probably would have came back. And now look, this is the other thing. They consistently are in the front of their division or win their division. Cincy, with all of their success, they trailed the Ravens all the way until Lamar Jackson got hurt last year. And this is with the Ravens defense giving away at least 2 or 3 of those games. They should have been way ahead.
Yeah.
But I digress.
AFC is tough, though.
It's definitely tough.
And
our division tough.
Yeah.
Our division tough. The Steelers, what receiver y'all just got on? Robinson,
Yeah.
he got anything left?
Yeah, he got a lot. When you get to the Steelers, you know how that is. When you get to the Steelers, your career, it could be, you could be on your last legs and you just rise up, you know, because you are a part of the Steeler organization. That's just what we do. That's just what we do. So the Steelers are going to be okay. If the Steelers can do this draft right tonight and get a corner and a tackle, we don't have to do it right tonight. Today, and then pick 32. If we can do that right, I'm telling you, we are going to have something. People keep half-stepping on the Steelers. We are not that far away. We're really not.
Listen, I root for Mike Tomlin every time he's not playing the Ravens or the Bucs.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm with you for 90% of the time.
The thing is about Mike Tomlin, you know, I put on a post last year about getting rid of Mike Tomlin, which it was all just, you know, in the middle of just anguish, just upset, mad because we were losing. It's like, first off, who you going to get this better than Mike Tomlin? That's number one. Number two, he is a leader of men, which is hard to find in the NFL. It is hard to find those people, man.
I think he's the best one for that type.
Well, everybody's studying X and O's. Like, nobody's studying how to be a leader of men, how to be the head of a locker room. That's a skill set you're almost born with, but it's tough.
Yeah, he the best one at that. Now, you know, I like Andy Reid as we go at X's and O's, you know, people like that, Shanahan.
He can do both, though.
You can do both. Not only can you do both, you can also hire assistants that are good at the X's and O's if that's not your forte.
Right.
Because Mike Tomlin, I don't believe that X's and O's is necessarily his forte. It's not that he don't know it. That just might not be the best. What he is best at is leading men. You knew that at the end of last year when all they cared about. I mean, they may have wanted to get, I shouldn't say may. They wanted to get into the playoffs, but they knew that it was a long shot. But what they did care about and all they talked about was winning the last 2 games so that he would continue his non-losing season streak. That's all they cared about. When you got a locker room like that, you're doing something right. You're doing something right.
Let's get this in before Drees got to go watch his movie.
Yeah.
We got CJ in the house. Last time we had CJ on, he had a hot take.
What was the hot take?
There was a 0% chance that Lamar Jackson goes back to the Ravens. 0%.
Dang.
So this is the perfect pairing. This is Drees, Lamar's #1 fan, and our quarterback guru, Chris James, topping it up with CJ.
Nice to meet you, CJ.
Let's talk a little bit about what you think about Lamar and how that changes it up for the Ravens, and also the quarterbacks that's in the draft.
Well, we'll start with Lamar. It's because they actually did the job. They actually gave the man what he deserved.
Right.
They gave him weapons. Actually brought in an OC that can acclimate to his talent and not what people think he is because they didn't watch film from Louisville.
Right.
So I'll start with I was wrong, but I'm glad I was wrong.
That's good. I like that. That was very classic, my brother. I like that. You and Big B cut from the same cloth on that level right there, man. But see, this is what I'm saying. And, you know, Darren knows more than anybody. I love to say I told you so.
Yeah.
But see, I told everybody this was the strategy. That man never wanted no fully guaranteed, man. That was all negotiation. Everything that the agent was supposed to do, Lamar was doing it. I'm going to act like I want this ridiculous more than 230. Guess why? So when you meet me in the middle of that ridiculous number, I'm winning. I told you as soon as they said 133 for 3 years, he had one at that point. It was only going to get better. You know what I'm saying? And then here you go. Jalen Hurts comes through and sets the market. Boom. It's the time to strike right now. So they saying like 185 total guarantees. Lamar big number he wanted at signing. So I think with the little money that they added to get it to 260, they added to the at signing because that's what was important. So
100%.
I'm thinking that they gave him
100%.
140, like what I was saying on the show. I said about 140, 145. He signed a contract. I was lockstep with how I went. That's all I just want to get out the way because I do like to say I do like to say I told
We
you.
got one more. We got Greg in the house. Greg was staunch about Lamar needing an agent. He was on that band, and he, in my opinion, he could have used an agent in a certain amount of areas. But I was telling B before you got on, what matters at the end of the day is he got his money. Right?
Yeah.
Could have been done a different way. Could have been done more efficiently. Could have been, done out of the window for everybody to see. Of course. But at the end of the day, he got the money that he was looking for.
Yeah, I'm
Greg,
just happy, man.
How you feel about it working out for Lamar?
I like that it worked out for him. What my fear was initially is
this my dude. My bad. I didn't mean to cut y'all. This is just who I want to see. I told you specifically when he signs, he will be the highest paid player in the NFL. That's another thing I said. Even though it's only gonna last until Burrows and them get signed. But go ahead, Greg. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts was the highest paid for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's how it go though. Whoever next is gonna get the bag. So
I just didn't want him to play on the tag because
I get it.
Tag over the length of his time in the NFL, it was gonna shorten his bag.
Right.
Only so many years to get as much as we can, and you got. And so he didn't, get it done last year, his final year. I was afraid that the Ravens were going to play the okie doke with him, do the 2 tags on him, save some bread, and then try to get him done. But I'm glad. I love Lamar. And that's why I was like frustrated. I'm like, dog, get your bread.
Yeah.
But I'm happy he got his money, and it looks good, man. They got OBJ trying to put some weapons around him, so maybe he can do something moving forward, and get some of these things that people they label him, not being able to win in the playoffs, and that weapons might be.
I'd be surprised if that DeAndre Hopkins deal gets done tonight before they get to the second round. Don't be surprised about that if he goes to the Ravens.
Yeah, because I think they're saying that, and D, that was my favorite receiver before any of this came up. When you posted that a while back, who do you think the best receiver is? So that's like my favorite wide receiver too. This is like Christmas for me if we get him today. But the thing about D-Hop, what makes it really, really possible is because Arizona is willing to eat some of his salary. So the Ravens won't even have to come up with all of that money like that.
Hey, Greg, let me ask you this, man. You're down there in Arizona. Is the vibe that D-Hop is going to be out of there by tonight or at least this weekend?
Well, they playing hardball with him, and it looks like they're okay with not getting traded this week or today or tomorrow, just because they're going to have to eat some of the contract.
Gotcha.
So they think if they're going to eat the contract, they might as well wait for a pick next year because they're not going to get a decent pick out of the deal this year.
Yeah, no reason to help anybody out.
So that's kind of the vibe Sports Talk is talking about. So we'll see. I mean, they definitely want to get him out of here because he said he really ain't gonna come to play. Right. I was like, you better let me go or you're gonna have another problem. So
Chris, what do you think, man? I know you've been hearing the same kind of stuff about D-Hop, man. Do you think it gets done this weekend, if not tonight?
The only way it gets done tonight is if premium picks give it up, right? There has to be compensation back. Otherwise, to Greg's point, it will be done close to the new league year so that they can move that money. But there is a strong possibility that it gets done tonight. I think they're willing to move that premium pick because they're now in a positive position and they're trying to make a run at the Super Bowl. And Arizona's trying to get as much capital as feasibly possible because
they got to. You're right. They got to turn their roster over.
Chris, you on ground? Where you at? You ground zero at the draft?
Ground zero.
I thought you were, man.
Yeah.
I thought you were, man. It sounds like it.
Yep. Just sitting here waiting. It's a busy room.
You got the inside,
but yeah,
that's good.
So, are you
all right?
Lately, the last week, are you buying the Will Levis hype? And what is behind that push? Everybody liking Will Levis all of a sudden.
Here's what I buy. I buy the reality of something that's still a fallacy. I buy the reality that someone might just pick him at a very high level, even though if you watched, I don't care what they tell you about 2021. I watched that also. It wasn't that good.
Nope.
2022 was horrendous. So I buy the hype that he's moving up boards, but it'll end up like a Mitchell Trubisky situation where you just learn about 3 to 4, maybe 5 years from now that you made a big mistake. And hey, that's why certain organizations stay in the tank.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The thing about Will Levis is like, look, and every now and then you'll hit on a guy that has a low percentage as far as a passer, like Josh Allen. But Josh Allen played at Wyoming. Okay.
Yeah.
You can say what you want about Kentucky. Kentucky, number one, the last 5 years, Kentucky has been a good football team. They play in the SEC. They have football players that go to the NFL. And when your completion percentage is that bad there, I mean, what are we talking about here? You got guys that are getting separation against NFL caliber DBs, and you're not able to hit them, and your completion percentage is that low. I just don't want to hear the comparisons to Josh Allen. Josh Allen was playing with Wyoming receivers that couldn't get open, couldn't run routes. That it's not a comparison just because they both have strong arms. It's just not a comparison.
He just has that look. He has that look that they like. They fell in love with him with his shirt off at the combine. They like, look at this statuesque guy. And that's pretty much what it's about to me. I was at the game when they played the Gators. I was at that game in Gainesville. And, he didn't look too special to me, but it's not all about talent in the NFL. We got idiots that, 70% of the people that got their jobs are not qualified, shouldn't have their jobs. They do horrible jobs. It's not a high percentage of people doing great things in the NFL.
I'll try to be positive because I do actually like the toughness that Will Levis has. He's a tough dude. I'll give him that. The problem is when the pocket's muddy, when pressure's on, he kind of crumbles. It's like his processor goes bad. Yes. Also, with Josh Allen, it was a little different. Dudes weren't getting separation. He had drop passes. That wasn't the issue with Levis. Levis was making poor choices. And it almost looked like he's like, I know this is a bad choice, but my arm is strong, and I'm going to make it.
Throw it anyway.
Why make it?
That's right. That's right.
Here, there's a quarterback that they kind of just point without having the credibility.
Right.
Sam Darnold was that guy to me years ago. I live out here in Pac-12 land, and he came to Arizona State. I still didn't know who he was until I started talking about the draft and the combine, and all of a sudden this dude from USC is a first-round pick. I'm like, first-round pick? I ain't heard nothing about him all year.
Right.
Pac-12. And so I knew he was going to be a bust. And I feel the same way about, Levis.
Well, the thing about, especially about, go ahead, man.
Oh, no, I was just saying the thing about going back to Sam Darnold real quick. He turned the ball over, made poor choices, but there wasn't the special that went with him. At least Levis has a strong arm. There was nothing that stood out. He was Ryan Fitzpatrick to me.
Yep. Absolutely. I was just about to say that. He had all those turnovers that everybody just overlooked, but then he didn't have, he's got a cannon. He didn't even have that to go along with it. I'm just like, well, what are we doing here? And my last point, as far as the quarterbacks this year, they talk about Will Levis and about how great an arm he is, and he's the prototypical body. The guy that everybody's talking about being the first pick in the draft is the smallest quarterback that's out there. So if it's really about prototypical size and all of that, How come the first pick in the draft is going to be a guy that, let's be honest, he's 5'9.5", 180 pounds soaking wet? Why is that the guy that's going to be the first pick in the draft? That's all people have asked me, and that's all I say about it, man. I'm like,
that's a great point. I think like someone like Tua and Kyler kind of showed the league recently that it can work.
it can work.
Here's the biggest thing. So this is my number one thing. How do you show up when I need you?
Yes.
Every statistic that Bryce Young has gets better under pressure and in big moments. When he's trailing, his numbers go up, like his QBR and everything. Sold. I want that dude.
Yeah.
And you see it, and it wasn't just because, yes, the year before, the year he won the Heisman, he had great receivers. He did. He didn't have no great receivers this year. He didn't have that. Offensive line wasn't as good. You saw him getting pressured in the pocket. And what does he do? He either stays in the pocket and goes through his possessions or progressions and moves and finds somebody open, or he scrambles out. And usually when he's scrambling, his accuracy on the run is pinpoint. And I just don't want to hear any of the other stuff. That's why he's the number one pick in the draft. That's why.
Yeah.
I gave a
DJ, what's your order for the quarterbacks?
My order is easy, and it changed a little, but not much. It was Bryce Young at 1, because to me he's like Steph Curry. He's just not. It's not something's not the same, right? He's special. If he didn't exist, and Anthony Richardson's number 2, and they're neck and neck, then I go to C.J. Stroud, who is pretty good. He's a souped-up Jared Goff to me, but it is what it is. Then Hendon Hooker, and then Will Levis moves slightly behind him.
So you have Richardson over C.J. Stroud.
I do.
Do you find yourself alone in that, or is that like consensus?
I'm starting to see that become the thing because people saw his workout stuff. That was me before any of the workouts, the combine, or anything. He had my highest top range since Patrick Mahomes. He had a 97. I was kidding. No one has come close to that. Not even Josh Allen.
So who's that dark horse this year? Who's the dark horse this year that's getting no buzz, but the insiders know there's always one or two of those guys? Who's that guy this year?
All right, so if I had to give a dude who's a dark horse for me, he's not really a dark horse. Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I just like how that dude plays. That's a mid-round pick you can develop into a starting quarterback. If you just late third, early fourth him, he can develop into a guy.
Absolutely.
And quietly, he should go in like the 6th or 7th. I like Stetson Bennett going to a place like San Francisco.
Kind of related to this subject with dark. Where did that guy from the Falcons come from last year? When was he drafted? Was he high pick? Ridley
third round
pick. I think he was 82nd overall. He came from Cincinnati.
He came from Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Okay, he's one of those guys. I think I'm really high on him. I think he's going to be good this upcoming year. And
you got to get his accuracy together.
Yeah, I just like how his moxie, I think he's in control. He don't look overwhelmed. He looked like a veteran. You know what I'm saying? As a young quarterback, that was really impressive to me to watch him at the end of the season.
He played a lot of football in college. That was my coworker TD's number 1 quarterback.
I was just going to say, it's different when you play 5 years in college, man, when you only play 3. There's a huge difference. I mean, just think about when we were 21 years old versus 23 or 24 years old, the maturity level. I mean, It was off the charts.
Yeah. So,
and that was just us. Me and a guy like Greg, we went to Coffeyville. So we were crazy at that age.
Hashtag.
So, Chris, what's your game plan for the draft? You just sitting around? You going out in the crowd, or what you
sitting in the media room for right now? What I'm going to end up doing is just doing a little challenge that I do each year, where I predict the pick based on who went before. That way to see if I'm accurate or not. The last 2 out of the last 3 years, I got 17 right. You know, not a great number, but it's actually higher than most people end up getting.
Right.
So I do that, and then day 2, I do a little bit more going out in the crowd, seeing stuff, just seeing how stuff operates.
Right. Dries, do we have all the numbers on Lamar's contract?
Right now, it's 185 guaranteed, 260 total, and the average yearly is like 52 million.
Yeah.
But we don't know what's due at signing. But just looking at the numbers, it looks like they gave him the 10 more than the 133. So he's gonna be like 144, 143 at signing though.
Right.
And that's still way more than anybody ever got.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what they're gonna do, and they shaved it. That's why they were able to use money this year for someone like OBJ on that 1-year contract. It was a smart plan of action by them, but they should have been doing this anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Should have done it a long time ago. But I get it. It's a business. It's a business.
And I feel like they knew they were going to try to work to get to a deal. And if you're going to try to work to get to a deal, and you know you need more time, and you want to buy yourself some time, and you want to put a franchise tag on somebody that you're bringing back, give them a good one.
Yeah.
Give them the exclusive. Like, don't disrespect the man and give him, the 35. Like,
bingo.
But I think they just wanted to let the market be set by someone else. I think they would have paid him $200 million if somebody else would have tried to do it first. Bushati just didn't want to be the one to set that market, but he would have matched. I guarantee you, if somebody would have came with 2, they wouldn't let Lamar go. They would have gave up the 2, but they didn't want to set that mark, which I understand. He was one of the most vocal owners when it first happened with Watson. So, they didn't want to do it. And I think at first I looked at it as disrespectful that they gave him the that type of franchise tag. But to me, it was smart because it really was like, here Lamar, here's your permission. If you think you can get more, we'll let you go look. Like, that was a solid in my book. Like, hey, we know how rough it is, but we'll let you go look. And I just think Lamar
either tag. You can do that with either tag.
No, I thought on the non-exclusive people can't negotiate with them. They couldn't have did that.
Huh.
They
can do what they need to do with it, but he could do it.
Yeah, right. The non-exclusive tag made it to where he can make these calls. He can drum up see who wanted them. Now, if he would have been a true free agent, it would have been way different, I think. And also, it wasn't public. Nobody still doesn't know what he really wanted. We all speculating, he wanted fully guaranteed. The Ravens or Lamar never have come out officially and said what he wanted. So everybody been speculating, he wanted full guaranteed. And I figured he didn't need to do anything but act like he wanted a fully guaranteed contract the whole time, because that's just like common sense on how to negotiate. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. He definitely didn't, in my opinion. But it's an opinion. So anyone who was saying he did want it, they weren't in that room. So they were just coming off. And the reason I said 0%, Lamar's different from most of these dudes. That dude would have sat out the whole year if this didn't get done. And I think people didn't realize that. He's actually a person of principle. He's not like other people who will just bend. And so I was like, 0%. He'll just sit out.
Yeah.
Get done, and it did get done, and I'm glad it got done.
Did you guys hear that the 49ers tried to call about him? They called and checked on him?
I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
They'd be stupid not to. I still feel like what you had to say at the very beginning, though, is the only thing about as far as an agent wise is that the agent would have got the deal done last year, because there's a 0% chance, CJ, that an agent would have let him take the field last year without a deal.
And he would have gotten less money.
And that's the whole thing. He'd have gotten less because the market would have been less.
Yeah. In San Francisco, here's what I thought they were going to do. I thought they were going to skirt the rule. I thought they were going to wait till the draft was over, because they couldn't trade for him.
They don't have the picks this year. That's right.
Next year, so they could have just skirted the rule.
Right.
Used next year and the following years and made that trade.
Right.
Trey Lance would have been a good thing for the Ravens to get back. You know what I mean?
Speaking of Trey Lance, I still think he's in play today. I think that Arizona trades back, or I just think that the 49ers are going to give him, if it was smart, I think the Texans should trade for him. I don't think they should give up 12, but I think they can give up a second-round pick and bring Trey Lance in, man.
That's something that I was thinking about, just because of Ryan's relationship with the 49ers.
Right.
I know how, coaches like to help their understudies. Andy Reid does it all.
He does it all the time.
So, one thing I was thinking that, Lance may be making his way to the Texans, and which is why they're thinking about going Will Anderson.
Right. I think that makes sense if because you're not going to get a first round pick for Lance. Look, he's played a little bit, but you're not going to get that back. You're just not, unless somebody like the Colts who do stuff stupid all the time. Unless they do that. But other than that, you're not going to be able to do that. But if I'm Houston, okay, we'll give you a second. We'll get our quarterback in here. We can still go defense with the two first round draft picks and be on our way.
And if somebody does something stupid in the first 10 picks, I'm on the Colts.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Let me get a little bit of that.
Irsay, my gosh. Geez, this guy.
No, the reports are already out there about that being Will Levis being their guy.
Their guy.
What does that even mean?
Look, I am from Louisville, which is not too far. It's only an hour and 20 minutes from Indianapolis. So there is a ton of Louisville people that live in Louisville that are Colts fans. And, of course, being in Louisville, that's close to Lexington. Even the Kentucky fans are saying, why are we taking this guy? Why would we take him at 4? Why would we do that? It's been comical. It's just been comical.
Yeah, the same people that just saying that Lamar wasn't even, man, these people crazy out here, man. But I'm really watching this Tua situation in Miami because he only one more concussion. What's gonna happen? What's they plan B? Like, what are they gonna do?
I've been watching football forever. I never seen so many quarterbacks get concussions. Not just quarterback, anybody in general.
Everybody.
I never seen so many concussions in a season in all my life.
Ever since they fixed these helmets.
I was just about to say the helmets, the new helmet.
Ever since they fixed those helmets, I've never seen so many people get concussions from their head hitting the turf.
Here's an interesting take, though. We've also never seen so much technology in sports science and being able to train. Do you think people are faster and bigger than they ever have been? I think it always elevates to that, right?
Yeah, inches forward, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but a head whip is a head whip is a head whip.
Yeah.
And when they had helmets, I got one of my dad's old helmets from the 60s, and that thing doesn't have more padding. It's got more plastic than padding. And you can't tell me if he hit his head on the ground, he wasn't going to have no concussion. And all the padding and everything that they do with helmets now, heck, those helmets can almost take a bullet.
At least a concussions from somebody falling and hitting the back of their head on the turf.
Concussion, and they can't get up.
Over and over again.
Yes, over and over. Guys literally cannot get up type of concussion.
Panthers on the clock. They going to take the whole time or?
Nah, they can't.
All right, I think the wife I had to sneak off, man. The wife, I can feel her soul.
I got you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna do this again.
It. All right.
A little bit more heads up.
All right, guys.
So, Greg, what you think, man? Who you think that the Panthers are gonna take, bro?
Alabama all the way.
Gotcha.
Young is a pick.
Well, CJ, you're the one that is should be on the clock here. Who you got? Is that who you got?
Yeah, I already put it in. If they don't, I'll put it like this: as a Saints fan, a native New Orleanian, I'll be very happy.
Hey, speaking of that, before they make this pick, me and D. Howard were talking about it earlier. How did the Saints? Why do they only have the 29th pick? Did they trade back or trade a pick or something?
So basically, what they did is they played themselves. I'm not going to have all the details right. Plus, I don't want to get to it too much. But basically, pre-draft last year, they could have packaged Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in a lower round pick and moved up. Because Philly wanted him. They didn't do that. They sent a first round pick. We're trash this year, so Philly got our number 10 pick. We got the 29th pick because of Sean Payton. So we got that from Denver via San Francisco.
Got it. Okay. I knew it was something. Gotcha. Yeah, that didn't work out too well.
Trust me, I'm not pleased. We basically spent 4 first-round picks on a wide receiver.
I was just going to say that on a wide receiver. Whew. Well,
Greg, what y'all looking for out there, out west?
Man, we need everything. With Kyler though, we need some weapons. We're getting ready to lose D-Hop. Everybody
some veterans
is either old or just not productive enough. So they probably need to go receiver O-line after their first pick. First pick, I think they want Will Anderson real bad, but if he goes to the Texans, I think
they got to trade back, don't they?
Georgia's the pick.
You think so? You don't think I think they should trade back if they can, because they need people.
They've been trying, but nobody.
Yeah, the price is too high. I got you.
People are waiting on it, so they could try a flip with Indy, which would be their safe pick. They get who they want, but they would take a low deal. I doubt Tennessee does this. I think it's more of a smoke screen. I don't think former Gator Rand is going to do that.
Yeah,
as a GM,
I heard that
trade all the
today
way up
too.
to 3.
That'd be crazy. That's too much. They had to give up way too much.
Too much.
Yeah.
They'd have to give up this year's pick, next year's first round, and then a conditional first round the next year.
Yeah, that's too much.
I mean, the Eagles want it. That's what they want, but it ain't gonna happen. I don't think.
Yeah. Arizona's in a little bit of a bind, man. They're in a little bit of a bind. They got a roster issue. They got people disagree and don't like the quarterback issue. As quiet as it's kept, the former GM was a drunk that nobody wants to come out and say that was his issue. That's why he left. I mean, it's issues, just issues.
Hey,
he was doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah. He was doing a lot. You're right.
They didn't have to show the Kansas State highlights. They could have left that out.
That was ugly.
Yeah, it was
ugly.
Now, the good thing about Arizona, I'll give them this: Arizona's in a perfect position for a full purge. Some teams, they think they're still somewhere and they're middling, and so they'll keep holding on. Arizona realizes where they are, and they're locked into a quarterback with a lot of money. Go ahead and don't tank. That's not a real thing. But you just bring on youthful talent, see who works out, cycle in a bunch of them, and keep taking these picks in. You're the number 1 pick next year. Someone will give you all the stuff for Caleb Williams. Take it on.
Right.
So
here's the thing. Well, two things about. No, you're right. You're exactly right. The 2 things about Arizona that nobody talks about. One, they killed themselves the year before Kyler by taking Rosen, and they didn't get anybody. So that killed them. And then the second thing is that they will just think of it. They'll continue to take these picks sooner or later. You can't keep missing. The Bengals are the perfect example of that. You can't keep missing.
Yeah,
they lost for a long time now.
Arizona Cardinals have had is that they don't have people in place long enough to really have a true identity. And so they'll draft these guys that don't fit their system, and now they're trying to put a square peg in a round hole, and you've got your first round picks, with the long growth curve that you can't have with a first round pick. These guys,
you can't. They got to play right now. It'd be different if the quarter, you were dealing with, you were winning, you had somebody in place, you take a quarterback, they can sit for a minute or something like that. That's not the situation here. They need guys that can come in and play right now. That's why I think they got to try to get out of 3. I mean, you don't have to drop to 20, but you can drop to 10, and pick up 3 more picks.
Yeah. Hopefully
they also get talent, and then they try to make the talent do different stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. They try to turn Hassan Reddick into a will linebacker.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
They got Matt from Clemson.
Yep.
He playing out of position.
Yeah.
They had the what's his name, Kambichi, something like that, the defensive tackle. got him playing 3 technique, never played 3 technique.
Right.
And, they just always would do that. Move into something else that they were a star at in college. That, and then here you go, Hassan Reddick gets moved back out rushing, and he looks like DN Gold out there in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Let's go down to, you mentioned Kondichi. They apparently never watched him play anything except that highlight where he scored a touchdown. Because if you watched him play, he didn't know what he was just doing stuff.
Yeah.
That boy was doing stuff for no reason. Should have never gone near the first round or second or third.
Nope. He was basically a 3-4 defensive end, which me and D. Howard, we were just talking earlier. You're not taking no 3-4 defensive end that high in the draft. You're just not doing it. You're not, and that's what he was. He's a 4-5 technique in a 3-4 defense, and they took him that high, and it didn't work. It didn't work. Trying to play him in a different position that he literally couldn't do.
They'll take
his in
right tackle and try to make him a left, and they doing that stuff all the time. Pick his in. What we got?
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
All right, got that out of the way.
All right.
He's an inch taller than his coach.
Exactly.
Damn it.
You can't win them all, man. You can't win them all.
Congratulations, Young.
No, hey, I can't get mad at someone for doing the right thing.
There you go.
Just a little bit.
His boy is sharp, though. I tell you that. That NIL money.
And he was the first one that actually had a real commercial, a national spot. He was on those Dr. Pepper commercials.
Yep.
I'm like, okay. I go, this is how NIL is supposed to work. This is how it's supposed to work right here.
These first round picks, even when they know the pick, they're going to stretch it out. And they're going to stretch it out so they can get as many commercials in as feasibly possible. NFL is making that money.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I remember last year, there was chatter like,
man.
Oh, yeah.
Are Steelers on the clock yet? Oh, I thought somebody wanted to trade with us, so we go up to 2, move up to 2.
You know what I wanted the Steelers to do? I wanted them to put in an offer for Lamar and be like, we'll give you $250 million guaranteed, and see what Baltimore do.
Oh, yeah. Somebody had brought that up to me, and I was like, you know what? That's not an awful idea. I'd have done it. Don't get me wrong, but we got baby hands. So we'll take baby hands.
See, everybody in the draft room clapping, standing up, hugging each other like they didn't know who they're going to pick or who was going to be available. They made the decision how many weeks ago? A month? 2 months?
Frank Wright had his decision made. They just had to make sure everyone was on board. He's like, I know a quarterback
in that room.
That man knows what he's doing.
Frank Reich should still be the coach in Indianapolis. Let's just call it what it is. He should still be the coach in Indianapolis. It's not his fault that they went out and got all these old. Now, he may have had a say in these old quarterbacks, but it's not his fault that Carson Wentz was Carson Wentz. It's not his fault. He should still technically be the coach there. But, and that the offensive line all of a sudden just turned terrible. Not like they didn't get old and they were great the year before, and then they were just awful. I don't know how that happens either. They lost one guy, Ryan Kelly, but they were just terrible.
To my knowledge, the offensive, like the O-line coach didn't change either. Sometimes that has something to do with it, but I don't think that even happened.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird how that happened.
Houston Texans are in.
This is when it starts. is number 2, in my opinion. This is when the draft actually begins, and we'll see what's gonna happen.
So I personally would take Anthony Richardson here, because if you're going to try to beat a dude who, I'll give him his due. Trevor Lawrence isn't a great young quarterback, but if you're going to try to beat something like that, you need to get something that can do with that guy. I think what they're going to do now that Bryce Young's not there, because that's who they wanted, they want to bring in a dude who they know literally can't miss. He might not ever be a Hall of Famer, which I don't think he's that caliber. But Will Anderson's going to work his tail off. He's going to settle down that locker room. He'll be a defensive captain almost immediately. They want to bring in stabilizing forces there, even if they have to deal with Davis Mills at quarterback.
So that's your next pick prediction? Number 2?
Yeah, Will Anderson. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was going to be almost always that.
Push off the quarterback problem for next year. See what you can do this year. You're not going to turn it all the way around in 1 year anyway. So,
Yeah, it's
that's
just
tough, man.
It
You need
is.
a quarterback in this league. You need a quarterback.
And Davis Mills, I can see, okay, he played 1 year, he wasn't good. He's played 2 years. He's not an NFL starter. He's just not. Now they don't have a ton around him.
No.
But he's not an NFL starter.
So I did an assessment on 18 quarterbacks that year, and he was 18th. And the biggest issue that I had with him, was struggled against pressure in a way that it wasn't like, okay, happy feet. It was kamikaze, get down, get the ball out of my hands. I'm confused. I've never seen someone like that.
Right.
And he was better in the NFL at it, but in college it was bad.
Right. Scared of the rush. Scared of the pass rush.
I don't think anybody drafted him thinking that he was going to be a starter for their team.
That's the problem.
Second round.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nuts. Hey, man, let's talk about some of these announcers. CJ, I feel like you probably know. Louis Riddick. Why don't he have a front office job?
I don't know. That's the problem. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense
because the dude's brilliant.
Yeah,
he's actually like a good dude. Oh, they took CJ Stroud.
Yes, they did.
I love it.
I like it. You need a quarterback.
You need a quarterback.
I mean, I could justify them taking CJ Stroud. I'm fine with that. In my heart of hearts, I was trying to explain away this whole Will Anderson thing. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Well,
all right, Greg. Y'all don't need a quarterback.
No, they're about to get some thirstiness coming. They're getting some thirstiness coming their way.
Will Anderson, so he's gonna be on the. He's gonna be up. Now, let me ask you this: do you take Will Anderson or do you take Jalen Carter?
From the rush on the edge, and they may move one of the inside linebackers to rush the other corner, and then get another middle linebacker. That's been the talk.
Gotcha.
On a personal level, I would take Jalen Carter. I just think the upside's better. That being said, one of the things I haven't gotten to do is that extra step. I've just looked at the tape. I have not done the interviews with these guys and the high level. That's a lot of good intel right there. Just talking to them, seeing how they actually think function. Just based on how the tape goes, I think Will Anderson functions better in that respect. He probably interviewed really well. That dude is a talented tryhard.
Right.
Yeah.
Commish, I think we got somebody else looking to jump in.
They're so close. Those two are so close together that I think if you're an organization, like, it just comes down to what position you need more. You can't go wrong with either one of those guys. I think they're going to be in the league for a long time. Potential Hall of Fame players. Like, they're really, really talented. I like both of them. Dion, what's up, man?
Hello, fellas. How are you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother.
Got our
All
resident
right.
Buccaneer in the house.
Yeah, but here we go. 2020 World Champ. That seems
You
like such
see
a
it?
long time ago.
It
That
was
seems like ages ago.
It was like 84 years.
He had to dig that one out.
Yeah, you've been using that for a
I got
duck
like 50.
brag.
I got like 50 of these, bro. And just kept giving them away.
Oh man, oh man. How you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. Just got home from work.
I hear you.
Oh, I gotta put the damn thing back on. I gotta put the draft back on my iPad.
So what are you hoping for? What are you looking for the Bucks?
I'm hoping they trade
Nate.
Jason Light.
What you say?
I'm guessing. Now I'm just guessing here that that's not going to happen.
I'm hoping they trade Jason Light first,
Oh.
and then we go from there. Trade Devin White, get some picks for him, get him out of here. You don't want to be here, get out of here.
Can you get picks for a middle linebacker that doesn't want to be there, that's in the last year of his contract?
Not if you're Jason Light. Not if you're Jason Light.
I'm just saying in general, though. I mean, can you really get a
Listen,
lot for that?
There's some shrewd GMs out there that understand his value and what he can bring to a team.
Yeah.
And then there's Jason Light.
Why is he one out?
I'm hearing it's money. I'm hearing his 5th year option. He's on his 5th year option. He's ready. He's trying to renegotiate now, though. He's trying to get the extension, and he wants to be the highest paid linebacker in the league.
He's not going to be that.
He hasn't earned that.
Yeah, he's not going to be that. He's not Roquan Smith.
He's not even close to Roquan.
Yeah, he's not Roquan Smith. I'm sorry.
I
was so mad.
Real low lights last year.
He misses too many tackles, and he's terrible in coverage.
Takes plays off. You saw that too many times.
Yep, you're exactly right. That's why I would use him more like Micah Parsons is used. Situational linebacker, situational pass rush. Just let him go do stuff.
Yes. Give him more reps so he's not on the field all the time.
He plays on pure instinct still. He hasn't learned anything from Levante.
Devontae being gone is gonna hurt.
Levante's still there.
I thought
No, he resigned. Levante David resigned. He signed a 1 year deal.
Okay. So
1 year, $7 million.
Gotcha.
1 year, $7 million.
So it just happened. Okay. I was gonna say him being gone is gonna hurt.
Now they're gonna keep him around like they did Gerald McCoy.
They got to.
Yeah. Now we need offensive line. We could use another DB.
Arizona will find a way
obviously.
to mess up the pick. Greg, you think they can't mess this pick up, Greg? They can't, can they?
Nah, they've been on wheels from the jump. So
I was getting ready to say it's impossible for them to mess it up.
It's in, and I think he's gonna be what everybody think he's gonna be.
Yeah,
he's gonna be a top pass rusher, Von Miller type that is a game changer on defense. So and that's what they need.
And the thing about Alabama is that Alabama, those outside linebackers, their linebackers are smart linebackers. Every single one of them are smart. They know how to play the game. So,
yeah,
you got that going.
Oh, they trading the pick?
Trade alert.
Uh-oh.
They traded to the Texans. Wow. Texans got back-to-back. They got 2 and 3.
And they're taking it. But that's the Texans. Well, that's smart. They got their quarterback. Now they traded 12.
So
up to 3. Now we can get our outside linebacker.
Oh,
the Texans are trying to do some stuff.
Texans?
Look like LeVar was right.
Jason Light would never.
I see the theme today. Well, on the board, it still shows Texas have their 12.
So what they give up?
They had to give up 12.
They had to give up 12.
I refreshed. It says 2, 3, and 12.
There's no way.
Yeah, there ain't no. They can't. Well, they took next year. And if that's the case, then Arizona again messed up the pick.
They found a way. They found it.
CJ, he may know. Have they said what the the trade details are yet?
I haven't said it yet, but they were just noting that they have so many picks. They have 12, but they're just unloading to make sure that they get studs. So,
Wow, I see you, D'Amico.
Here's the thing. If you look at what Houston actually did last year, outside
Okay,
of the
they gave up that
quarterback,
12.
they're not a million miles away from competing, especially in that division, are they?
I'll get this right and wrong. And this is a measure to me of how much talent you have versus expectation. I believe Houston was 7-8-2 against the spread last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In their last like 4 or 5 games, they were like 4-1 or something like that.
Right.
Like they were playing good football.
Right.
Lovey had those boys playing. Yeah.
He had them playing. The last 2 coaches had them playing. Cully had them playing. They just had zero talent when he was there.
Cully's a good coach, man. I had him in Philly. I liked him a lot.
Yeah, they just had no talent whatsoever when he was there.
They got
but he had them playing hard.
They were jettisoning talent, like anyone who was a captain or anything. They just send them out the door. And to your point, D. Howard, Cully is a really good coach. Sometimes presentation has more to do with you getting certain jobs than anything else. Like he knew what the heck he was talking about. I'll just put it like that. He knew the game.
You know what? But you know the game. Just because you're rough around the edges, I don't believe that should keep you from getting a job.
But you only rough around the edges for people that's outside of your culture.
There you go.
He perfectly fit with us. He perfectly fit with the players.
And that's the whole thing.
And one of the worst places to be and not fit into that culture is Houston.
Right.
So, lines of communications get crossed. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a shame. I was rooting for Cully. I think he was doing a good job. His players loved him. And I mean that's the start. They love you and they respect you. You can do anything from there.
Texans get a thumbs up. Texans get a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Well, they had the picks to do it.
They did the damn thing.
But Arizona went back to 12. I mean, that's a lot for a team. But I guess going back though, they probably got a ton.
They got a ton and they needed it. They literally just need an infusion of talent everywhere.
Yeah, they did.
Getting one high-end player was not going to help them.
No.
Did they trade Hopkins yet?
No, not yet.
They're going to get something for him, too.
It's going to happen, if it does happen this weekend. It's going to happen in about 2 hours.
There you go.
We'll know a little bit more then. It's going to come down to the wire.
Now that this trade has happened, I really think it's going to be a minute before they move Hopkins. I don't think they have the pressure moving like tomorrow and try to get picks that way. I think they can wait and maybe get a haul next and get somebody with better picks.
Right.
That, spread that money out over, more.
Dutchtown High School, Georgia. I mean, it don't matter where you're at, man. They'll find you. They'll find you. I mean, where is Dutchtown? And it might be close to Atlanta. I don't know. I'm guessing it's not. But it don't matter, man. It don't matter where you are. They'll find you.
It's in Georgia, though, man. You anywhere in Georgia.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. It's anywhere in Georgia,
all
man.
the coaches come in there.
I was looking at this thing today, the most draft picks out of states for over the last, it was since 2010. And Florida was first.
Of course.
Texas was second. California. But Georgia was fourth. Georgia was fourth, ahead of Louisiana, Alabama, Ohio. I mean, Georgia was fourth. I'm like, okay. Had a ton. Now, I know they have a ton of talent, and they do. But, man, I figured, like, Ohio or Pennsylvania would be higher, but it was not.
Heck, Louisiana had more than Pennsylvania.
It did.
Hey, yeah, I expected Georgia to have more. Georgia, the football around that Atlanta area stretching on down.
It's a lot.
It's very South Florida like. It's real deal.
The thing is, in Georgia, and I'm not knocking Florida, but Georgia has good football coaches. And I think that's the difference, where Florida has tons of players. And I'm not trying to knock their programs, but Georgia has really good high school football coaches, kind of like Texas.
The pick is in. It hasn't gone yet. I have a weird feeling they're going to go 11.
Will 11. That's who you're going with?
Ridiculous. That's what I put up in the chat.
It better not be Richardson.
Well, hey, fellas, I'm gonna have to
All right, man.
All right, G. Thanks for pulling up, man.
I love y'all. Try to get back by the 6.
I got you, man. We appreciate it.
All right.
All right, G. Dro, you never answered the questions, man. Or you
What was the
answered it,
question?
but you didn't answer it. You said you wanted to trade Jason Light.
Oh,
Seeing as we can't do that.
offensive line, DB. Because we're not getting a quarterback.
You're not?
That's not today.
They may trade up. You never know.
Jason Light.
So they're at 19.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There'll be some cornerbacks there.
There'll be some cornerbacks. It's going to be.
Yeah,
Yeah. Right here is where it gets tricky.
we got to get some guys that fit this man pressure blitzing scheme that we're going to continue running with speed, because Carlton Davis, I can beat Carlton Davis right now.
Oh, there he goes.
They took Anthony Richardson.
Richardson.
Terrible.
But who's
Division
going
is
to teach
be
him?
absurd.
That is a terrible pick.
Oh, they won.
That division
That's what I'm
is
saying.
absurd.
Who is going to? Who's the mentor in Indy? Minshew?
Gardner Minshew.
Oh my
That's
god.
what I'm saying. Minshew is the. I don't know.
People in Indiana losing their mind right now.
I mean,
I did have a
Minshew,
hot take.
I guess technically
Hot
is
take.
serviceable, but I don't know.
Number
I said
4.
I went with another 0% chance. I said not only is there a 0% chance he doesn't make it out of the top 10, but I'm willing to put a rubber stamp he's going top 5.
And there you go.
The coaches are smart. They're paying attention.
Here's the thing, though. Me and CJ,
Coaches,
or CJ,
coaches
me
are
and you-
smart for taking him at 4.
Yeah, he can play, man.
No,
Here's
he
the
can't.
thing.
I watched him.
Yeah, he
I'm in
can.
Florida.
Yeah, he can.
No. He's a great athlete. He can't play quarterback.
Yeah, he can.
I
Me and CJ,
watched
we
him.
talked about it. Once he gets his mechanics figured out, he's going to
It's
be
his
great because he
lower body
knows
mechanics.
where to go
He's
with
not.
football.
He's not going to have time for that. He has to
Yeah,
play
he
from
does.
day one.
No,
He has
they
to
got
play from day
Minshew.
one.
That's why we were just talking about. They got Minshew to play right now.
He got taken at pick 4.
That doesn't
He
mean
is-
anything.
He in the what NFL you been watching lately?
This one, he don't
is
have to
gonna
play right
he's,
now.
He's playing tomorrow.
He's going to play this year. The
He's
first
not
game
gonna
will be
play
started by
day one.
Gardner Minshew. Everyone's been doing it. Justin Herbert didn't technically really
Nope.
start the first game. First game wasn't started by Josh Allen. Like these
He
dudes
needs
don't
2
start.
years. He needs 2 years. That kid's a great athlete. He's not a good quarterback.
He just needs his mechanics to get figured out. I think
I
he
wish-
definitely needs a year. But
The things that he does really well are the things that they gave him
You
control
can't
of the
coach.
line of
You
scrimmage.
can't coach.
Well, no, they gave control of the line of scrimmage. He got to audible and make the
He
offensive
knows
lineman
what
do
he's
what he
doing.
needed them to do. Then when he went through his progressions, he actually knew what he was doing. He was going through them. It wasn't wild like a guy like Zach Wilson, where if you watch his tape, as soon as it broke down, he's doing this and he doesn't know where the heck to go with the ball. Anthony Richardson knew his problem was when he went to throw the ball sometimes, because his lower body mechanics weren't consistent. But he always knew where to go with the ball.
and that's the difference. Because you can teach somebody mechanics. You can't teach them to understand. I mean, and how to know where to go with the football all the time. You can't always teach that. You can fix some mechanics.
I'll give you an example of someone who people thought could have his mechanics fixed. Years ago, Florida, Tim Tebow. So much was broken that you could never fix that.
Yeah, he couldn't throw.
Yeah, it was his throwing mechanics.
No, that's what I'm saying. Bingo.
Yeah,
everything was
different.
broken.
That's different.
Top side on Anthony Richardson is actually almost like he worked with a quarterback coach. The top
Correct.
side. It's just the bottom side. You could tell he was a dude that was just a natural quarterback that didn't. No coach made him. They made him do it as much as they could at East Side, but it's East Side. They didn't have dedicated quarterback coaches to go do this and work on this on the side. They were just trying to get those kids to play good football and win. So he didn't get that type of training. And Dan Mullen for sure wasn't doing that. I'll just put it like that.
Right. I don't know about the Donovan McNabb comparison. I think he's a much better athlete than McNabb.
Yeah.
My comparison for him, and it's not perfect. People forget Dante Culpepper.
Yeah.
Big arm, running a 4.5.
Yeah.
That was different.
That makes more sense.
And he had a cannon.
Yeah, he had a cannon.
Definitely had a cannon.
And hard to tackle.
Well, it's because he was a guard. You know, he's the offensive guard playing quarterback.
Yeah, that's a big boy, man.
He was a big boy. I read into him here. Yeah, after he was drafted.
Number 4. Man. All right, best available.
Well, they said Bijan was the second. A lot of people said he was the second best prospect in the draft.
They're going to Seattle. They got Walker.
Yeah, no. They're not going to take him. No. Jalen Carter's going with this pick. Got to, CJ. What do you think?
He's coming back up the board.
Jalen Carter should go with this pick.
Yeah.
Tyree Wilson will go with this pick because he's a Pete Carroll guy.
Yeah. Who?
Everything about him. Tyree Wilson, the defensive end out of Texas Tech. A dude who's that big, long, and it looks violent when he's doing stuff right. He's just
I disagree, man.
Refinement.
He don't have pass rush
Bust.
He don't have pass rush moves, man.
Oh, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
It should be Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that.
Okay.
That's a Pete Carroll guy.
Yeah,
Pete Carroll probably saw him in shirt and shorts and went, I want that guy.
Loved it. Yes, he's big, he's fast, he's super athletic, super freak. But I'm like, he doesn't just pop off the tape. I mean, you know how guys pop off the tape. You got to have a highlight reel for him to pop off of your tape. I'm like, it shouldn't have to be that with somebody drafting this high. You know, he just don't have no pass rush moves. And you just can't run around folks in the NFL. It doesn't work like that.
The late second round, third round, great pick. Top 5, bust.
I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it.
He's definitely going to the top. He's going to the top 10.
Oh, no. He'll definitely go in the top 10. I got to think Seattle takes Jalen Carter. But if you think about it, when have they ever had just the dominant 3 technique? So
Yeah, we watched film on everybody that was supposed to go in the first round today, just to refresh ourselves. And probably one of the worst reels was Tyree Wilson.
Yeah.
It was just boring. It was like we watching highlights. Where are the highlights?
Where are the highlights?
You know, where are your moves? Like, where's the unbelievable moves where you can go top 10? I'm looking for them. And granted, it's hard to do.
Sims has number 1 deep tackle, a defensive end. So I want a former NFL defensive end who played for a decade in the league, yourself, to go tell the former quarterback. But that's his number 1, and he said it's a no-brainer.
He said that Tyree, that he was the number 1 pick?
Yeah, he said it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Really? I'm like, okay.
At some point, don't you get past the clickbait stuff once you've reached a certain level? Aren't you past the clickbait? I mean, come on, man.
I mean, I like him.
He looks the part.
He can do, but the way he put it, he made it seem like Von Miller was coming out. I'm like,
he's a head up 3-4 defensive end. Like, you just don't take somebody like that high.
No.
He's one-dimensional.
He's one-dimensional.
He can play in the NFL. He's not
So
gonna do anything great.
throwing this out there, you think Seattle bucks the trend and takes a corner? You think they could take Gonzalez and take a corner?
See, I think that would be a perfect Pete Carroll corner, except they already have like corners who rose to the occasion, 2 rookies last year.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen. So that's the only reason why.
Woolen was a 5th-round pick, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he was a beast.
And he was just a monster. Get a pass rusher. Go with a D tackle. We'll see. Watch him take Will Levis.
Might be the worst pick ever.
Watch him take Will Levis.
Look, here's my rationale behind it, and I'm trying to use logic. If you're drafting a 24, 25-year-old quarterback in the first round, and he's not starting from virtually day one, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like maybe the veteran starts, but he's gonna start. It better be because of the serious.
Right.
They went Devin Witherspoon.
I told you.
Cornerback.
I did not tell you. I told you.
He's not the best cornerback in the draft.
He's not the best in the draft. I don't think so either. But I
know
told
exactly
you.
how they're going to use him now. They're going to use him in the slot. He's going to be like a, because his tape, he's a good corner, but he's not the best corner. What he is a dude who's going to make sure you don't live the next day. So they're just going to use him like they use Jamal Adams. And he's just going to go hit people in the backfield sometimes.
Or like a Mike Hilton from Cincinnati. They used to play for the Steelers.
Yeah,
you're right. A souped-up Mike Hilton. Exactly. But usually don't take those guys this high.
Yeah, this is high for that.
I mean, for that role, they don't take guys this high. But he made his living off of that hit against Indiana. That's where he made his big bones, was off of that blow up that he against Indiana.
And the pick six.
Yes.
Read it.
Yeah, that's the thing I saw. Like he just didn't pull enough balls in for me. Like this high in the draft, I need somebody to turn the ball over. I need to rock at this pick.
Especially when it comes to you. It's one thing, okay.
Yes, if you got a shot at it, it should be. If it's one-on-one, you and the receiver, you need to come down with it at number 5.
I feel like the NFL is conspiring to let Detroit be really good.
Jalen Carter?
After they suspended all their players, they still control them.
I'm not talking about the actual league. I'm talking about the coaches. The
coaches.
Jalen Carter.
Carter.
They must know something.
You gave me the wrong one.
I
ain't finished. Only like 2.
Gotta be him, don't it?
I thought something was wrong, but you disappeared. So
if it's not him, I see Christian Gonzalez. But the only reason you don't take Jalen Carter is because you have a serious problem with his whatever off the field stuff it is, because it's not with his team.
No.
Now here's the hot take. It's not really a hot take. Jalen Carter drops down. Let's say that the next 2 go corner, whatever, and Carter gets to 9 with the Bears. If the Bears take him with what they have at offensive line, then they could just everybody should be fired at that point. And they just hired a general manager. I'm like, what are you thinking? I had somebody actually tell me, oh, well, the left tackle played good last year. I'm like, really? Is that why they were trying to give $130 million to Orlando Brown? I'm like, come on, man. What are we talking about?
I can't remember his name right now.
He's a 5th-round pick. I can't remember his name, but we can't remember his name because he played horrible.
Well, they took a guy Tevin. It was in the 2nd round. They took another guy, Tevin Jenkins.
Gotcha.
And
he didn't even get on the field, did he?
Bingo.
I was gonna say.
So maybe drafting offensive lineman isn't this particular regime's thing.
Yeah, maybe you're right, but whew. Okay. Jalen Carter. It's gotta be the pick. Gotta get him.
What would y'all say is the let me set the bar. All right, so first round picks that let's start at bust. Complete total bust, right? First round pick, 32 picks. How many of those picks on average every year are busts?
35%.
What would you consider a bust?
So a bust is for a first rounder, a bust is that somebody that had an opportunity, they got drafted, they played, and they didn't do well enough to stay on the field and they out the league.
In what, 3 years? Under 5
years?
So their fifth-year option doesn't get picked up, and they don't go anywhere and do anything ever. Got you. I'd say roughly 30%.
30%.
Yeah, I said 35.
11 to 12 guys that get picked tonight.
Yeah.
35 busts.
Because 2 of the quarterbacks are going to be a bust.
That's the average. That's literally the average. That's like 33%.
All right. So the next level is pure underperform or the team reached, right? So what percentage of the kids that get drafted in the first round don't live up to their number?
I'm going to say that that's closer to 40%, 45%.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'd say about 45. Yeah.
I would say I'm thinking more like 60.
That
like
could be true.
if you're draft, let's five pick blocks. So top 5.
Right.
Your top 5 pick, I'm expecting this from you, and you don't perform to that. Even if you perform like a high second rounder, you still didn't perform like a top 5 pick.
Now that one, yes. If it's shaped like that, because to me, the last 5 to 7 picks of the first round, those are conditional picks. Like it's usually a really good team,
right?
Who can kind of reach, but they're really just using their pick as a second round pick to get that 5th-year option.
Right. LeVar Walton says 50%.
On which one? The bust, complete bust, or underperform?
A trade. Cardinals moving up.
Action.
And that's the Cardinals for you.
They moved down and moved back up.
Now they're going to take a tackle?
If they get Jalen Carter here, excellent decision as far as like they had a real decision between 3, Will Anderson, Jalen Carter. If you didn't have Will Anderson that high on your board, fine, using some of this capital.
What this bucket? Shefty said it's going to be a tackle.
I'm not going to say anything negative about the organization because I'm in a room full of people.
How did the Eagles get 10? When did that happen?
From last year.
That's from last year?
That's what he was talking about earlier with the Saints.
Oh, yeah.
Now look at the Lions picking up more picks. Yeah, they said it's going to be a tackle. I mean, if you're trying to protect your quarterback, I guess that makes sense.
It's a monster.
I just think.
I mean, they got to take care of Cole McCoy.
Disrespectful.
But it makes sense. But I just think 6 is high for a tackle, though. They could have done this at 12. If you take Broderick Jones, I'm going to be mad.
I feel like they draft the same tackle every year. They drafted DJ Humphries, like it's the same exact person, build and skill set.
Well,
he's a right tackle though.
No, he played left, but
you're correct. He is a right tackle, but yes, he did also play.
Yeah. He played left, but he'll be a right tackle.
Quietly, I like Devon a little better than him.
You like who better than him?
His teammate.
Jones?
Yeah, I liked him a little better. Like
We
he
watched him
controlled
earlier.
a little better.
Like controlled, he's bigger. I think he's more athletic too.
I mean, he is an actual legitimate monster. He's like 6'8.5", 6'9".
Yep.
365.
That's what I was telling Darren that he finished second, I think, in Mr. Basketball in Indiana as a basketball player. It's crazy. It's too much. It's too much.
I remember a big guy that played D tackle for UF. He played at Gainesville High. Ian Scott. You see his big tail, and you're like, oh, okay, he can't hoop. Oh, wrong. Moving. I have no words for this draft.
It's all over the place, ain't it? I'm just saying, I don't dislike the pick. I just feel like they could have done this at 12.
No, yeah. So
they got one of them at 12.
Yeah,
Unless they just like one way
They didn't want one of them. Yeah, they didn't want one of them. They wanted that one.
This is the second straight year. It feels like Detroit's GM just talked someone into something.
He's good, ain't he? He's good.
Jason Light.
All right, Raiders.
Will never do anything like this.
So Raiders, my boy has been texting me. He's a diehard Raider fan. He says this got to be Carter. I think it should be, but the Raiders need offensive linemen.
They just need everything.
They need everything. I don't know.
They need DBs too.
They need DBs.
They need DBs big time.
Because their secondary is terrible. His dad played for the Cardinals? Didn't know that.
If they don't move off this pick, then
Raiders?
Gonzalez would be a good pick for them.
Yeah, that'd be great. I told B earlier that I put a Hall of Fame tag on him.
He did.
On Carter?
Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, Gonzalez.
Cornerback. Oregon.
Well, you were saying about how fluid he was.
Well,
his entire family are track stars.
Yeah, he's
like
fluid.
Everybody.
He's not scared of the moment. Like the ball goes in the air, he's ice water in his veins. He's not handsy. Goes up, gets the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, he watches tape.
He watches tape.
He's a step ahead of everybody.
Yeah, his whole family are track stars, are superior athletes, not just, hey, somebody ran to the track club. No. Superior athletes.
Jalen Carter on the slide? Is that what's happening right now?
He's been on the slide, baby.
Well, I know is that we've been talking about him being on the slide.
They wasn't pump faking. Somebody's gonna get a Warren Sapp player out of Jalen Carter. He might fall out of 10 if he don't go.
The difference with Jalen Carter is Jalen Carter didn't do anything. I mean, he had a bad pro day, but what he actually did is nothing that a lot of kids actually don't do racing cars. This one just happened to kill somebody, which is absolutely incredibly unfortunate. But you can't tell me that kids are out racing cars right this very second.
They toe tagging right now.
Exactly. And that is the difference, is that they, they killed somebody. Now he didn't. I'm not saying
he didn't because he wasn't in that car.
But that
right?
is what the difference is. And so, and I think it messed him up because then he had a bad pro day. I mean, 21 years old, it's tough to deal with that kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's tough to deal with.
Yeah, that's the whole thing that people are forgetting, the human element. He left the combine, went and did what he's supposed to do. They're like, well, he came back out of shape. A lot went on. I bet he didn't do nothing. That's right. Kids. Yeah.
Kids. I mean, I bet he didn't do anything. He didn't work out once between that time and his pro day. I bet he didn't do anything.
No, you already know this. You know this from teammates, stuff like this. I'll get some information from somebody because they feel comfortable telling me whatever. And people, oh, this guy's a bum. And I know what this person's going through. I'm like, I'm glad this person's still here with us.
There you go. There you go.
Tyree Wilson. Raiders going Tyree.
They can't, can they? How many misses are they going to have at defensive end? Don't they remember Colin Farrell? I mean, what are we doing?
That was Gruden out there trying to outsmart himself.
Golly. It's crazy. I mean, I remember that. The four defensive linemen for Clemson. You got the fourth pick. You take the worst one first. And then it blows up in your face.
This is a good point. Raiders don't need anyone with any character issues.
Yeah.
That's the last thing. That is the last thing they need.
So I went Christian Gonzalez is my guess, but
it's not even a safe pick. It's not a safe pick. It's smart. He's good.
Yeah. I mean, and I just remember a couple of years ago when they drafted 3 safeties in 2 rounds. I was like, where are you going to play these dudes?
Right. If they take Will Levis, I'm gonna have to get off the line for a minute because my boy is literally gonna jump through my phone and try to strangle me. So I'm just telling you right now.
This is one of the organizations that it makes no sense for Levis because again, he's 24. He's not coming off a major injury. He should be ready to play day one, even if he doesn't start the first couple of games. You don't give a 3-year deal with real money to Jimmy Garoppolo unless you're looking to sit someone for a year.
Well, here's the thing. Will Levis couldn't beat out Clifford at Penn State. So
talk about it.
I mean, and Clifford, Penn State should have been playing that.
Tyree Wilson.
I mean,
nigga Thomas.
He's got a high upside.
It's the Raiders.
It is the Raiders.
All right, I'm gonna try to get back on around the Bucks pick, fellas. I gotta,
All right, man.
Been at work all day.
All
Thanks
right,
for having me, though.
Man.
Hey, we're gonna do this again, man.
For sure.
All right. Yeah, what does he have on? Jesus.
Said,
3-4 defensive end. That's what they're doing. They're moving to the 3-4, and they're gonna put him at defensive end.
Sometimes you gotta get a 5-tech.
He's bigger than the tackles.
Yeah.
That's not going to be the case.
That's not going to be the case.
I like him. I just don't like him high. I don't like him this high. I don't like him top 10.
Put the Kansas State tape on. They didn't even mention his name. And what did they just say? Line him up in a 5 technique. Unbelievable. That you yeah.
The Raiders.
The old Raiders, boy. At it again.
Quietly, Kansas State makes people. That's the best tape to put on. A lot of times, they have a lot of times older players, so you can't just push them around. Mm-hmm. So you really get to see who has technique, how they operate against them. And yeah, the
better be in position.
Different.
That's right.
Him and Will Anderson, the tape was real different.
Will Anderson's throwing around everybody, pressing people, pressing 320-pound linemen, getting off. You didn't see any of that here. Oh, wow. He picked up the commissioner.
Oh, no, yeah.
Ah,
Goodell gonna have a bacchiotomy tonight.
okay.
It's a big boy.
In 2 years, he'll be a D tackle. I see it.
Raiders always bring in and draft the big, long, tall, super fast, like the physical freaks.
Right.
Love them. No matter who is picking.
Jalen Carter to the Falcons. I don't think that's the play.
You stay home.
Yeah, I don't think that's the play for the Falcons. I don't. That's not the right one. They got other needs. And I mean,
Running back is one.
I'll tell you the interesting pick. The pick I'm putting in for him is Christian Gonzalez. He just makes too much sense.
Yeah.
But the interesting pick would be if they went with Bijan Robinson, just to see what would happen.
I mean, I get it. If old dude wasn't so good last year,
He was hurt.
you know.
I'm saying,
But
I
you're
could see
right.
them doing something like that.
But you're right. You're right. So
It is Gonzalez. They ran to podium.
thank you, Raiders. They literally wrote that on the card. Thank you, Raiders.
He what's his name? He missed like 7 games last year, 7, 8 games.
All right, sorry, right?
Running back for Atlanta.
Yeah.
Can't
Missed
remember
a
his
few.
name. 88.
No. That's Patterson.
Yeah,
That's not who I'm talking about.
Who you talking about?
Algier.
Yes,
Oh no,
Algier.
he's horrible. He's bland. He's bland. He's so bland.
I can go with. I can understand the blame. He is an Arthur Smith because people think Arthur Smith just wants this big plot dude. I'm like, you're just trying to get them to recreate Derrick Henry, which you can't.
Not gonna do that.
He doesn't just want that. He wants a dude who's gonna like run his scheme well.
Correct.
Robinson would actually fit.
He would. I mean,
I can't see them doing it, but see what happens.
What was Algiers drafted last year?
He went in the 5th round, I think.
5th.
buck
I
the
mean, he
trend.
didn't do anything special to let the Falcons know that you can't draft another running back.
He had 2 good games, but the biggest problem is there was actually a game or two when I think Caleb Huntley started over.
He did.
So it was one of those. We don't know which one of y'all actually is good.
Hey, well, okay, then buck the trend. Take a running back at 8. I don't dislike it. Take a running back that high.
I prefer if they didn't take him. As a Saints fan, I prefer if they didn't.
There you go. Okay. There you go.
I mean, we're gonna have to see him or Gonzalez. Like I feel like
what it is. Avoid a corner a little more.
Yeah,
you can hide some of the stuff, and the Saints are able to actually. Well, I can't even say that anymore with Sean Payton gone, but they used to be able to hide some of the players and scheme away.
Mm-hmm.
You can't scheme away from giving that running back 20 carries.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
No, you can't. Mm-hmm. I think they go. I can never pronounce his name right. The tackle / guard from Northwestern.
Peter
Skoronsky. Wouldn't be horrible.
I just don't like the comp that they're like. Rashawn Slater has short arms. Rashawn Slater this dude is not Rashawn Slater.
He's not that good. Yeah, there's a difference.
Rashawn Slater was making dudes who were legit.
Slater's a way better athlete than what this guy is.
Yeah, like he's a good football player. I wouldn't mind him going in the late 1st round, but not at 8. Again, well, actually, you know what? Falcon it up. Pick him at 8.
Jalen Carter.
So I was asked earlier, and I mean, did they actually put?
He's a good or bad to let him stay home.
It would be the right pick from the value standpoint. That's for sure. I tried to tell someone earlier, what's your mock draft? You can't mock the draft. What you can do is say what who they should take, some things that are possible.
Correct.
Who the heck was picking Bijan Robinson? Told you that was my interesting take. I hate it.
Oh,
Jalen on the slide, man.
where do you go, Eagles?
They know some stuff we don't know.
It made too much sense.
Oof.
I said, yikes.
Well, it's getting interesting now. Now here's the Bears.
Birds.
I will go ahead and put a rubber stamp on it right now. There's a 0% chance
Here you go.
that Jalen Carter, even if he has all the issues, gets past 10. Howie Roseman is not letting that happen.
I mean, we're stacked at D tackle.
Not
It doesn't even
D-tackle.
matter. Because remember, Fletcher Cox,
He's old.
He's on the
probably
way.
his last year with them. And what's his name? Davis. Davis is an every down D tackle. So if you can just switch on, rotate.
Slide back, man. I'd rather slide back because we don't need a corner. Well, we could use a corner. You know what I'm saying? Shut that thing down.
Well, they
all the way
only
down.
they only signed Slay to 1 year, or is it? It's one of them. They only signed for 1 year.
I think it is Slade.
Yeah.
For 1 year, but they
So
gave the deal to the 3 year to
Bradbury. I thought Bradbury was better. I know he got the broad deal in the Super Bowl, but I thought Bradbury played better because they threw the ball at him more.
He got the raw deal because the D coordinator refused to make adjustments, but let's not talk about it.
Yeah,
The second half,
I
Andy
think
came out and
everybody
said,
in the NFC South hate that pick for Atlanta.
as they should.
Consensus.
Oh my! You can't stiff arm people like that in the open field, running full speed like that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be able to do that. It's against the law.
I don't like it.
And he's going to be doing that to Saints defenders for the next 5 years.
Good luck.
Good.
If they can't throw the ball, he ain't gonna be doing nothing.
Hold on. Why is the pick in?
They traded.
Oh, Philly moved up.
Moved up.
That's why the pick is in.
Smart by both. Smart by
Carter.
both.
Got to be Carter,
Yeah.
don't it?
That's the only reason you move up.
Or
Take
it's
Carter.
either Carter or Gonzalez, but I don't think you can. You don't need that. You shouldn't move up for that because
No.
the Bears
You're
weren't
right.
going to take him.
Yeah.
It feels
But
like
then you're stuck
traditionally,
with,
like
you know-
Roseman's done is O-line, D-line.
After these two picks, like the talent level goes down.
Well, the Eagles can take the guy from Northwestern because they lost their left guard. So he went to the Steelers. He upgraded.
Yeah, I feel like they could get something that's suitable at 30.
Forget how we.
And they're happy about it.
How we playing chess.
And to move up one pick, he probably didn't have to give up a ton. Not at 10, 9 and 10. You didn't have to give up a ton to do it.
The Bears are stacking. Love it. Take care of Justin Fields.
They got, the Bears. The Bears need so much, though. That's smart. They should probably trade back again. Now that all them tackles are still up there, they can trade back again and get more picks because they need them. They need so much.
A lot of cornerbacks.
Yeah. There's a lot going on.
A couple tight ends.
You still need another wide receiver. Yeah, I wanted DJ Moore. Rooney solid, but I'm not a Claypool guy personally.
I don't know many.
I mean that was one of the biggest draft or just in-season trade robberies in recent NFL history. To give up the 32nd pick for Chase Claypool, I was like, yes, take him. You can have him. We don't want him.
The only positive was that it looked like visually they were trying to help out Justin Fields.
Correct.
So you realize Chase Claypool is an F receiver. Like he's literally like a big slot flex tight end in the future because he's
a big
not fluid.
I was just going to say he's a big slot that doesn't get separation. If you notice, every one of his catches are always contested because he can't get separation from guys. Like,
but it's
Steelers
fast.
fans, trust me, we knew. 32nd pick, yes, you can have it right now. Call it in. Like, Jiminy Christmas, what are you thinking?
It's fool's gold, man. He looked good his rookie year.
He did.
He wasn't counted on as much.
And one game with 4 touchdowns. That's what it was.
And I think 2 of them were on reverses or shuffle passes.
But he was like
Yes,
what,
that's what I'm
3
saying.
or 4 on the depth chart his rookie year.
He didn't start right away.
Yeah, he wasn't starting. He wasn't getting a lot of time. He wasn't getting a lot of balls
until later on. But once teams got tape on him and said, you know what? You can jam him. He's big but can't get off a jam. He doesn't run crisp route. He's not going to separate from you. And, okay, you don't even have to jam him. Great. We won't. We'll just run right with him.
I knew good enough to get that, but I wish I could have heard the words.
Let's go Birds.
Will Levis.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Live is over.
And the Eagles are going back to the Super Bowl. See, I'm convinced of this. People will say what they want to, and there's a lot of people who earn their way to their jobs. I'm saying that. But when you have continuous success with certain places, how he keeps doing it, and then you have other organizations who continue to languish. This is the type of stuff. This is the type of stuff. Worst case scenario, he's a starter. That's the worst case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's better than that.
He's a lot better than that.
He's better than that. I don't know that I've ever seen, and I know it wasn't a throwaway play. I've never seen a defensive tackle catch a running back and just pick him up on his shoulder in the middle of a play that's his tackle. That was his tackle. I'm tackling you. I'm just going to pick you up, put you on my shoulder. That's how I'm tackling you. And I'm going to walk back with my hand up in the air like this. That's my tackle.
Okay. He did the poor Jaden Day in the SEC championship.
Yes.
Like this. I just held him like a child.
You're not supposed to be able to do that. You don't do that to people in SEC championship games.
That man just ready to play football, man. He's just
ready to play football.
Quiet all the noise. Let me put on my helmet. That's going to be the fix.
But here's the thing is that you hear stuff that he's a good player. He was a good teammate. He came back and played this year when he didn't have to because he was hurt, and he still came back and played. You don't hear his teammate. You didn't hear that stuff. It's just he got in a situation, like I said, that everybody does. Racing cars as a college student. That happens all the time. It's literally happening right now. It happened to kill somebody, which is the most unfortunate thing. And for, I'm guessing, a 2-month window, it just effed him up, which it would do a lot of people. And again, he's a kid. He ain't 40.
Him and Roger Goodell got a handshake.
Yeah, they showed him, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, you got to learn all that.
He had to meet with him a couple times.
Probably. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He did. Well, there's the Eagles.
Chip.
Nah. They're a quarterback away.
Who?
Oh.
What?
So the Bears are going to take Broderick Jones. They got to take Broderick Jones here, don't they?
I'm gonna. Again, this is not based on my rankings.
Okay.
I'm gonna give him Peter Skorowski. Local guy. They're gonna put him somewhere in the line.
Yeah. I mean, taking a guard at 10 is silly.
Yeah, if this was pick number 30, I'd be fine.
Right. But you're right. They probably will. You're probably right. They're going to take him and put him on the line. They'll put him at guard and try to get a tackle in the second or third round or something like that. That's the Bears.
I mean, they took a tackle last year, that Tevin Jenkins again, that they made into. I think he's going to play guard at some point because he's anyway. They're going to have 9 guards in the roster, no tackles.
The Bears?
I like Broderick Jones better than Skorowski. They're gonna take a lineman if I was there.
He's better.
He's better.
And I don't know. I thought Broderick Jones was the best tackle in the draft. He's been sliding here the last 2 weeks. So
I think it's the lack of tape, like the lack of reps. But that can be defeated.
Because he didn't have to do as much. I mean, they just
16 starts.
Yeah.
I think that's like a contributing factor, but this dude was throwing people around. Like he
was throwing people
good.
around.
I don't get it. And put it like this. Iron sharpens iron, right?
Yep.
Usually with an offensive lineman, there's a reason they come from, whether it's Iowa or Notre Dame, right? They actually play where they can actually do things, right?
Correct.
Georgia does that. Guess who he also had to play against and practice against?
There you go.
Dude was like Jalen Carter.
Right.
Pretty sure this dude would be fine.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, come on. And there he is, just picking him up. Damn it, Eagles.
I wish I had the song queued up.
The Eagles song?
Yeah.
I remember when I came to see you play, they were singing that damn thing, man. Fly, Eagles, fly. I mean, if you don't get out of here with that.
It'd be your own people, man.
E-A-G-L-E-S.
You're supposed to be singing it too.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
The Bears.
Bears. Will Levis.
Darnell Wright. They took Darnell Wright out of Tennessee.
I'll accept that. He's the best right tackle, I think.
All right. Better than what I thought they were going to do.
Absolutely.
Man, you like who you like, bro. I guess.
He's good right tackle. He's really good. He's good. And he's a true right tackle. Yeah, LeVar, that is a good pick. That's a real good pick. Yeah, that's. Oh, there you go. Saying he may be the best player in the draft. He's good. Yeah. Oh, handled Will Anderson, huh?
Yeah.
So, hey, CJ, let me ask you this question. Tennessee wide receivers. Everybody's talking about Jalen Hyatt. I think Cedric Tillman is better than him.
Jalen Hyatt is, we were talking about this in the group chat. He's Will Fuller, but doesn't get injured as much.
Can take the top off, doesn't have the greatest hands. He's a top of the route tree type of guy.
Yeah.
I said the same thing. Tillman. I thought Tillman was ranked higher than him. He just got hurt this year. Going into the
Tillman,
season.
especially, he's got a full complement as a wide receiver. Got a lot of grittiness to him. I like a wide receiver who can actually run underneath routes and is fine with it.
Correct. Because he's bigger than him.
Yeah.
I like Tillman better.
I mean, there's one guy, and I remember when he was coming out, he was one of my guys. Smallish dude, but he ain't mind running over the middle. Tyler Lockett. Like some little dudes
he don't
care.
No, he don't.
That's not even an issue anymore. You can't hit him.
Yeah, everybody can go over the middle now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But good for him. There's a lot of people at that draft. My goodness, there's a lot of people there.
Oh, it's a mess.
Sheesh. So where are you at? Are you the media? Is that inside of Union Station there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm inside. It's hard to get turned around, but
no, you're good. Gotcha. Bear down. Bear down.
I'm assuming that's Mac. It keeps popping up as Facebook user for me, so I can't tell who it is.
It's gotta be. Let's see. It's gotta be Mac. He's the only Bears fan south of Georgia. So it's gotta be it.
So the Titans got a lot of needs too.
The Titans. Oh, I would hate this for TD because he has to cover him. But remember how they were supposed to move up to 3 from 11? What if they're the landing spot because of the cap hit associated with Tannehill and him just not working out? What if they're the spot for Levis? I mean, proximity, right? Not too far away.
No, he's not far. You get fans.
Like I said, I said it, I meant it. I think he's a tough dude. I give him credit for that, but the other stuff, man. It's the other stuff.
And then you're just saying that you're throwing away your 3rd round pick from last year.
He's done. It's sad. He's a really good dude.
Just can't play.
When they make the selection.
The problem was he wasn't a 3rd round pick. That's what the problem was.
Yeah, he was just put in a situation where he just those nuanced things we talked about earlier with Anthony Richardson, where some people, like, if you're looking,
100%, bro. You ain't even got to say
didn't have those things.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
I gotcha. Yep.
It's unfortunate because he's really good guy.
But it ain't for everybody. You know,
it is not.
Unfortunately, it's not for everybody.
Now, if the Titans were doing it the right way, here they would actually take. They take an offensive line. They because their offensive line has just been decimated. What used to be a strength like 3 years ago.
Correct.
A severe weakness.
Well, they don't even have Lawan anymore, and I know he got hurt, but so he's gone too.
He couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, he can't play anymore.
That's a dude. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him. His body
physically, his body was kaput.
Well, yeah, he admitted it. I can't do it. Like, my body's not working anymore. So respect to Taylor Lewan.
Yeah.
So that wasn't Mac. There's another Bears fan.
It was?
Yeah. That's my boy Greg McBride.
All
Yes.
right. Another Bears
You
fan.
from Chicago? You from Chicago, Greg? Or you just one of those dudes?
I guess the Bears are one of them franchises where there's fans everywhere.
It's one of them.
I mean, they're not. It's not like, you know, the Packers or Cowboys or Steelers, but they're still pretty popular.
That's how I'll start watching them. For
Oh,
some
yeah?
reason, we had WGN.
Oh yeah, everybody did though.
Was
you know,
it
growing up,
nationwide?
yeah, it was nationwide. We had it.
Why were we watching WGN in Chicago?
I don't know. That's how my brother started liking the Cubs.
Yeah, my grandma used to make me watch the Cubs.
Yeah.
18 WGN.
Browski.
Yeah, that's a good pick for them.
That'll be a run on lineman, huh?
They need to hold off until 17. Dag nabbit. Actually, this is shaping up. It's not horrible for us. Gonzalez is slipping. Now, I feel like now Green Bay's not going, but Detroit's on the clock, so Detroit is going to take them. But, you know, this is shaping up to be okay for us. I think. I'm just looking at this. We'll see.
This 13 pick is the pick that Green Bay got from the Jets just now.
Yeah.
They just swapped.
They swapped picks. Yep.
Right.
Well, he is a good technician.
It's shaping up. If Detroit is not taking, we know what's happening. It's shaping up for Bill Belichick to get another doggone corner.
You think?
I mean,
somebody's going to be there, so yeah. There's only one corner is gone. Just Witherspoon. So.
Yeah. Forbes is legit. Gonzalez, of course.
Banks. I think Banks is really good.
Like Banks?
I like Banks. The one that Porter Jr., I'm just not sure. I don't like Porter Jr.'s hips as a corner. I love his hips as a safety.
Yeah.
But as a corner, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, he's got those Malcolm Jenkins on the hips when he came out of Ohio State.
He was a corner at Ohio State. That's right.
Yeah, and he had the instincts were there. He knew where to be, what to do. He just couldn't.
There. That's right. And was great as a safety. What he played 12 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it was good, but yeah.
Great as a safety. Nothing wrong with playing safety.
There isn't, especially since safeties are now getting some decent money.
They get money now. Because they're asked to do a lot more, though.
True.
Got to cover in the slot.
I'm just so glad everybody's holding off on Will Levis.
Oh, boy. Detroit got Jahmyr Gibbs.
Why did they take – well –
Oh no! Well, so I mean, I think it's so they're. I can't say it like that. I feel like they're out on him, even though DeAndre Swift is legit when he's actually healthy. I think he's missing so much time.
Who's that lady?
Man.
So Detroit got rid of Jamal Williams. They got Swift, but I don't think they like Swift because Swift has been hurt every year that he has been there. But he's the same back as Swift.
So they gave money to David Montgomery.
Right.
So they're going to use him in the Jamal Williams role and they're going to use Gibbs probably as that joker. So he's going to get carries.
So Swift is going to be gone.
They're getting rid of Swift, and I'm wondering if now that the two best backs in the draft are off the board, a team like Dallas might be a landing spot, whether it's for Swift or some other guys might be.
The thing
kicking
with
off the roster.
Swift though is
Dalvin
that
Cook.
he does the same thing that Tony Pollard does.
Yeah, no, I'm
But
not
here's the
disagreeing.
thing about Pollard. Everybody, they love Pollard, but you can't give Pollard 20 carries a game. If you give Pollard 20 carries a game, you're going to have problems. He's not that type of running back.
Yeah, Pollard is literally a piece.
Yeah.
So Pollard, you can put him in a slot, the reverses with him, you can use him in the backfield. I don't think he's a third down back specifically because he's poor at not really
Pass
blocking.
protection.
It's just you don't even have to really block. You just have to do things the right way. I don't think he knows what he's doing in that situation.
Because a lot of times you're just getting away. He can't even get in the way.
Get in the way so you can then get the ball.
Correct.
It's chip get.
Yes, you're exactly right.
So other than that, what other reasons do you think that that he can't be an every down back? Because he hasn't had the opportunity to.
I just feel like whenever he gets an extreme amount of carries, and I don't mean like 30, I mean like 18.
Right.
If he gets 3 straight games of 18, he's on the shelf.
Well, here's the thing. He got the opportunity later in the year because he was getting the majority of the carries against, for the Cowboys. Now, how he got hurt was a freak injury, but a lot of injuries in the NFL are freak injuries. So, I mean, you can't predict a guy rolling up, tackling somebody on the back of their leg and their ankle breaking. I mean, it's just bad luck. Because he was working out in that game. He was playing great in that game. It's just they never gave him okay, you're going to get 25, 30 carries. They never did that because I think they know that they can't do that with him.
Yeah, some guys who are his build can kind of do that. With him, he didn't look the same anymore. Like, first game, he looked hella explosive. By that third game, he looked like his legs weren't there anymore.
That's right.
And some dudes, that's just not for them. So a guy like Pollard, you got to slow down those carries on him.
Yep.
Give him 20 touches, but swing the ball to him.
Yeah. I like
Basically,
Pollard,
do what the Saints used to do with Alvin Kamara early in his career. Just get the ball in his hands in space. You don't have to give it to him and make him find a hole. Just give it to him in space.
That's a good comparison. Because when he became the every down back, he wasn't as explosive.
So that's why I still think there's a place for Zeke in Dallas. Zeke just got to come to the grips of reality that he's going to have to take the league minimum. But I still think there's a place for Zeke as in the same role. Just he's not going to be the starter, but he's not going to make a bunch of money.
But that's why Christian McCaffrey looked good in San Francisco also.
Yeah.
He didn't have to go out there being every down back.
He didn't have to go and carry the ball 35 times a game, 30 times a game. They got guys.
Yeah. If Zeke got, anywhere between 8 and 12 carries a game, if you use him on third downs situationally because he knows what to do,
absolutely,
goal line work, stuff like that.
There's a place for him. Yes, there's a place for that in the NFL. Even with the lack of explosiveness, because he doesn't have it anymore. He just doesn't. But there's still a place for him in the National Football League. I still, nobody signed him. I still think Dallas is going to try to bring him back if they can.
It makes sense. That's what usually happens with these guys.
Right. And you all watch football long enough. Sometimes guys just gotta give them some time to swallow their pride, and understand. Look, I know you think that you can make this kind of money, but go see if you can. And when you can't, call us and we will bring you back. No, it happens.
Yeah, I don't think he would mind going back to Dallas either.
I don't either.
It's the way he was drafted, is the way he's lived. He probably thought he was going to play his whole career there.
Well, the thing is,
go back there to that same fan base. I think he'd do it.
And he's comfortable here. There's a lot to be said about being comfortable somewhere. Because he lives here and they talk about it all the time. He goes to the grocery store. People don't bother him. Like he doesn't have to hide out or go in the middle of the night or nothing like that. They know him here. So there's something to be said about that. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's the trade that they did for Rodgers. I was like, wait a minute. Oh man.
So what's your take, CJ, on Aaron Rodgers in New York? Where do you think that puts the Jets as far as finishing on the year?
Mm-mm.
It's the defensive end from Iowa.
Yes.
Woo, we watched him today again too, man.
Absolute bust, 100%.
100% effort guy without the explosiveness. Packers are tripping. The Packers are tripping.
I remember people, and to me it's different, right? I remember when people said T.J. Watt, this, that, and the other, and they were talking about effort. I'm like, T.J. Watt can actually bend,
yes,
and he can attack.
Yes,
But this dude dominates from the interior, and all he does is just like push people around. You're not going to do that, man.
No.
Again,
no.
3-4 defensive end.
Yeah.
A 3-4 defensive end. That's what he is.
You have to be a special 3-4 defensive end, like a J.J. Watt. It's high.
You know, T.J. Watt is an outside linebacker. I'm talking about this guy's going to end up being a 5-tech.
Oh no, I'm talking about his brother J.J.
Oh yeah. No,
yeah,
that's right.
Different.
You got to be that. He's different. He's totally different. Yeah. He's different. He's not the same. It's just all right.
Yeah, this guy's going to disappear.
He's one of the 35% you were talking about.
Oh, definitely that. Definitely that. But like on tape,
yeah, he didn't.
He's going to disappear. He's just going to be a piece. And it hurts to draft a piece at 13.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna have to disconnect because Anthony Richardson's up, so I'm gonna go.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Stuff with him, but I'm gonna come back on later.
All right.
Okay, cool.
All right. Peace.
See ya. I don't like it. Actually, I do like it. It's setting up nice for the Steelers. It's setting up nice.
Right. So you guys are what, 17? 17.
Well, it looks like we may have made a trade here. Yeah. Pass rushers, wait a minute.
Steelers up. Next pick.
We do not need a pass rusher. If we don't take a corner, I'm getting off the live. I'm getting off.
If you get Gonzalez, I'm going to need a hat.
Okay. I can do that. If we don't take a corner, what do you mean outside linebacker? Do y'all even pay attention to the Steelers? We do not need an outside linebacker. Thank you. We need a corner or a tackle, period. That's it.
I mean, either one of those picks would be great for y'all at this pick.
Gonzalez or Jones, and that's it. That's it.
Anybody else, what's going to happen?
But if we gave up, that means, what did we have to give up? 32? I don't like it.
They happy. They got that guy. Who is it, though?
Look here, Con. Don't piss me off.
I don't even see a Steelers hat up there. Huh?
Wide receiver?
No, they tripped.
Broderick Jones. He looks comfortable. You know what? I'm going to the Steelers. I'm comfortable.
Y'all deep.
Anyway, we're the Steelers. We're everywhere. That means we gave up pick 32. I don't like that, though. I don't know. To move up 3 spots, we may not have had to give up 32.
KC got 32.
No, they got 31. Oh, we only had to give up a 4th round pick. So we gave up the 4th rounder. Yeah, we may move back 32 then so we can get another pick. Yeah, I would bet that 32 we're going to trade tomorrow so we can get another pick. All right. Gonzalez or Jones? That's it. That's all we need. I don't want to hear nothing else. Stop talking about outside linebackers. If they take, oh no, I know what they're going to do. They're going to take the guy from Georgia, and I'm going to be furious. I'm going to be furious. They got Deontay Johnson. What are you talking about, people? Take the corner.
Just make the pick. Jeez.
Just make the pick, please. Stop yapping.
So this man can relax.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's it, boys. Super Bowl. Super Bowl.
Hold on.
Super Bowl. Woo! That is it. All the way to the Super Bowl. Oh, see, he's used to wearing rings already. He's got 2. Sub 540 at 320 pounds. What? Don't go over there. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Get your head on a swivel.
Oh boy.
Get your head on a swivel out here. Get your head. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Lateral agility. I'm sliding.
I like him.
I'm sliding.
Great
I'm sliding. You remember Willie Anderson, don't you? Played for the Bengals?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really good. He wasn't even a great athlete, but he was a great technician, right tackle. Super Bowl. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. I mean, I'm physical. I'm an athlete. I'm a winner. I'm a Steeler. I mean, he's another one. He's just another one in a long line of people that
When's y'all next
God.
pick?
Who's the next pick?
When is y'all's next pick?
32. So it's tomorrow. First pick tomorrow. Could not have been better. Could not have been better. Could not have been better. Couldn't have been better. Where's Levis go?
Right now.
To Green Bay?
Right now. No,
or to the Jets?
Right now.
And they just get rid of
got to.
Old dude? Get rid of Wilson?
Get rid of Wilson.
You can't, though.
Aaron is 40 years old.
But they can't.
Great tutelage.
They can't do it. They can't do it.
Yeah, you got to.
But they got
pretty good everywhere else.
No, they're not. Not a tackle. They're not.
But the tackles are gone. You can't reach right now. Can't reach.
They can take that D tackle from Pitt, like he said.
Oh, D tackles. Yeah, there's some D tackles there. There's no offensive tackles left, though.
No. I still think they can do something else on offense. They can still get some more weapons.
Project. Will Levis. Draft him, get him out of our lives.
No, let him slide. Let him slide. Let him squirm. How does Gonzalez not come off the board yet?
I don't know, man.
And the Jets can't take him.
No.
I mean, they got two of the best corners. I think maybe the best tandem in the league.
They're young too.
Young.
They look
See,
unsure.
another wide receiver. That's not horrible.
Yeah, this is a tough pick for them, man.
I mean, they can take a D tackle, but they got him. I mean, their defense, they got a lot, but I don't know.
Best available pick. Look like.
Well, if it's best available, who's best available? Where's it at?
Gonzalez is still there.
Yeah.
Nolan Smith still there.
That's who they may take is Nolan Smith. I thought the Steelers, they kept talking outside linebackers. I'm like, oh.
The two tight ends.
They could do that. They could do that too.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron Light tight ends. But they got what's his name?
Like, do you see Claiborne in here yapping? He don't know what he's talking about. Broderick Jones too high. The jealousy that some people will say, oh, I mean, the pick basically sent the Steelers to the Super Bowl. They've become the Super Bowl favorite.
Wow.
I mean,
with
baby hand Pickett, when you got baby hands as your QB, we got a generational left tackle. We got weapons everywhere. The defense
you're not going to make it out of the division alive. So let's start there.
Now we just need a corner. And the way that corners keep sliding in this draft, we can get one at 32.
Yeah, you can get Forbes at 32 probably.
I like Forbes.
$170 is light.
Oh, what'd you say?
$170 is light though.
Oh, for a corner? Yeah.
Yeah. For anybody, the kicker.
Yeah. That's all right. You know.
All right. The pick is in.
The pick is in. TJ, did you see how the Steelers just made a Super Bowl pick? You see how the Steelers just went to the Super Bowl? It's amazing.
I'll give you credit. Excellent pick. Excellent pick for what they need.
You know, it's crazy how a franchise that can just say, you know what, we want to win a Super Bowl this year. Boom, Super Bowl.
Yeah, sometimes there's franchises that make good decisions generally.
Yes,
and the Steelers are one of them.
You're going to win 2 games in a division.
I think we won 3 last year, and we were a game out of the playoffs. Stop it. Stop the hate. Don't do that to us. Look,
Baltimore got better.
So do we. We got better.
You got a lineman?
Okay. We didn't have one last year. They won 9 games with no lineman. Imagine that.
Well, makes me feel better. We know what they're going to do. They're going to split with everyone in the division.
Oh, the Steelers? Yeah. Except maybe Cleveland. No, they'll probably split with Cleveland too.
Yeah,
they'll split with everybody because we always lose at Cleveland. So we'll split with everybody. We'll win 3 games we're not supposed to. We're gonna end up at 10-7.
You're not gonna split with Cincy.
We did last year.
Well, that's fine. That was last year.
Okay, and they're better this year. Actually, I think they are better.
Better than you.
Their offensive line got better.
But their secondary
got worse. The secondary wasn't great to begin with, and then they lost both safeties. So we'll see. Pick is in. I'm trying to. I'm trying to tweet
Jones
out
out
to the
of Ohio
Steeler
State.
Nation, let them know.
Say the Brett's going to do anything. I think it's going to come in pretty soon. Huh?
Love the pick. Steeler Nation.
All right, they take about 5 minutes after they say the pick is in.
Yeah, you got to get all their money's worth.
Mm-hmm.
Every
We need
single
a
day.
little summary of the interview.
That was the problem. I didn't get over there in time.
Oh, you did?
Because I heard it. I had these on. So
Uh-huh.
I got over there. They were actually walking Jalen Carter over to do the first one. So we had to stop there. So by the time I got over there, shut it down. It's okay. Could definitely be worse.
Hey, man, you're there.
Yep.
You're there.
Yes. Just got a better chance to go in the Super Bowl than
No, they don't.
Steelers
No, they
do.
don't.
Yeah,
Don't
they
lie
do.
to yourself. Don't
They
lie
do.
to yourself, man. Look, I understand the jealousy. I get it. But you know, it's got to be this way. It's got to be this way.
Let's see if they take Jones out of Ohio State. That's who I have them taking.
So how does that work? Washington picks next.
I think they're gonna go with the Maryland guy, Banks.
Banks, keep him around.
They haven't sold yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
not yet.
They're still in control of their operations to this point, even though somebody's getting ready to take over.
Yeah. So I think what ends up happening is just from a financial standpoint, at least, everything's already locked in, right? All the positional stuff's locked in,
right?
Rookie reserve stuff, but yeah, I mean, they're buying the brand for that first year. At the end of the day. Oh. Yo, Aaron Rodgers.
Will McDonald.
He's like, I can't move anymore.
Will McDonald. You liked him too, D. Howard?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lean, athletic.
Yeah.
Good hand technique.
I think he's a little older, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's see again. Aaron Rodgers is probably sitting there like, yo, no, I can't move anymore, right?
Can you get somebody to protect me? That's what I'm saying. Because Mekhi Becton, now granted, I suppose I saw a picture of him the other day. Looks like he lost 50 pounds, so that he's probably down to 350 now or 360 because he was every bit of 410, 420. So he looked like he was in better shape. So if he can come back and actually stay healthy, he's good. But he hadn't been able to stay healthy the last 2 years.
But he can only play one tackle.
Yeah, the right tackle is going to be bad.
Yeah, it's one of those. I used to do that. Jump over the top of the car to be young again.
I don't know that was a good highlight. He was being blocked the whole time. Got to tackle late. All right, I will be right back.
It's all about the punctuation. Yeah, I mean, they could have. I don't know who they would have picked as an offensive tackle.
The guy at Ohio State, Juan Jones, massive dude. Just felt like with what they're trying to do, they just want to be able to get guys with the holding control. Because Aaron Rodgers is going to be exactly where you expect him to be. So that's why I figured they were going to get him.
6'8", 374 pounds, and that's being nice.
He gets his hands on it. It's a wrap.
Grown man.
That was the dude who was Mr. Basketball. Came in second for Mr. Basketball. He's got feet. It's hard to move at that size.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, Brian won a state title in basketball. He's in the Indiana Basketball Hall of Fame. He won't tell you that, but the man can hoop. The man can hoop. I remember because he went to JUCO first, and then he came to Kansas State. And we were out in the back just kind of shooting, just in flip flop, just kind of horsing around on the court. And he comes out, he's just kind of standing there. So nobody really knew him, and he challenged him like, "Big boy, you out here watching? You might as well get out here." So he got out there, and we shouldn't have asked him to get out there. Like he tore a new ass, like at 340, probably 340 at the time. Like, it was ridiculous. The man can hoop.
Underestimation.
So yeah. He got a scholarship to Xavier, and then started picking up some weight, and then decided to go play football. So he went to JUCO for a while, and came to Kansas State. So I saw the tape, man, and man, got some skills. It wasn't a post player.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Dudes. Just don't is unexpected. Like once you actually see him do it, you're like,
yeah,
all right,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
This is not what I want.
No. We just play basketball. You do basketball.
Oh.
We got Washington next coming up. I'm trying to see when Gonzalez with it. They're making me feel bad. They hurt my feelings right now because I went out there on the limb and made my hot take about Gonzalez, and he's sliding down the board.
See if I can get this right. Again, I was about to poor Will Levis. I feel for him.
He's there?
Yeah. Sitting there with his family from the prayer. This would be the place for him if he's really a first round pick. There's no way you can value Sam Howell over that young man. And I will say this: he's better than Sam Howell.
What do you think about Hendon Hooker? I know he got hurt.
So I had a mock where I said the Bucks taking him would have been fine, just because of where they're picking. If they kind of hit on him, it work out because he's good, but it's just it's limited right now. Forget he's 25. Mentally, he was all over, like ahead of a lot of people. That's why he's able to process in that offense. But he does have limitations to his game. So.
B thinks he's the best quarterback in the draft.
They did take a corner, but they took Emmanuel Forbes.
I like Forbes, but I don't like him better than Gonzalez.
Forbes guy has all the ball skills. He also
Yeah.
weighs about 30 pounds too little.
If that. He's a ball hawk.
Gonzalez was the best corner in the draft. So that's why I'm in a confused state right now. So know something about him.
Reminds me of Asante Samuel.
15 minutes maybe.
Who does?
Forbes.
Forbes?
Yeah.
I can see that.
He said, about 10 minutes. We were live, like 5, 6 minutes, whatever.
I think it would remind me.
Nope. That's mine.
Jeff and everyone else.
But you would think he couldn't tackle, but he can tackle, man. He's not scared to stick his head in there.
It's probably because, well, part of it also, if you use technique and don't try to go in there like a madman, it'll be good.
Ooh. It took 4.
Yeah, man.
Unbelievable.
I told CJ I like him, but I didn't like him as much as Gonzalez.
No.
I have no clue what's going on with Gonzalez. No.
Well, it's the Patriots pick, so
I'm in shock about this.
they didn't waste no time.
Yeah, they're not dumb.
It gotta be.
Like, I'm typing it out right now. I couldn't even get it down.
Yeah, there we go. You
Telling
said
you,
that.
Bill
You
is
said
not
that
bad
like
at
8
this.
picks ago.
Yeah, Bill's not bad at this. Not on the defensive side of the ball.
Good spot.
Richard.
Yeah, smooth, man.
Lion just sitting there hurt about this. My thoughts. I think a little pick.
Oh, Bill got him, man.
I'm not a fan of this approach with all the talent on the board, but considering what they have at tight end in their room right now, Detroit might go back to man.
I didn't make it. I bought it.
Replace the TJ Hawkinson with TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah.
Well, I like him. I like the pick. I like it. So, Detroit.
I think personality-wise, he fits there too. Like, he won't be miserable.
He's not going to be miserable. That's right.
Oh, Will he the last one left in the room?
Probably not. So the Lions took Gibbs. They probably are going to take Banks. They got to get a corner, don't they? Unless they're just living with the corners that they got in free agency and with Sutton. I'm just not high on Sutton. And I'm a Steelers fan.
What's his name? He was at San Francisco. Maybe something. I can't think right now, but they might be under the impression that there's certain positions and certain guys where they need to pounce on. It's like positional value. They could probably get a corner in the second round with the way the corner situation's going, unless this is starting to run. Which, if it is, I'm gonna hop on one right now. Okay, sitting here thinking about it, thinking about who is on that team as a coach.
So you're being very tentative.
All the coach, they're gonna go with Joey Porter Jr.
Joey Porter Jr. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. He's bigger too.
We haven't seen any receivers, which is odd.
No.
Yeah, but the receivers that, like, this is one of the few teams that the receivers that are on the board, none of them fit them. That should go in.
They need
I like Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
But they already have Jameson Williams.
Correct.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. They already have Amara St. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And then Quentin Johnson.
Yeah, I mean they got guys.
He's got to learn how to catch at some point.
A little bit. Sooner or later, you have to figure that out, huh?
Yeah.
They could go tight end here.
Yeah, I was just saying that they could go with Michael Mayer and just basically replace T.J. Hawkinson's rookie deal with another T.J. Hawkinson.
Not bad idea though.
I'll pull the trigger on that. I'll do the Michael Mayer. I had it in before. Put it back in.
I like Smith. So, I won't even try to say his last name. Pure route runner. On the whole tree.
Oh, yeah. In Jigba.
Yeah, I just since they use Amara, yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Since they use Amara almost exclusively in the slot, it's almost like
they do.
Their offense doesn't design for two slot.
No, they're not, and he's a slot guy.
Yeah, if it was KC, I could see Andy Reid using them and doing all sorts of weird stuff.
I still think that the Chiefs are in line to possibly trade to get DeAndre Hopkins. Chiefs got 10 picks. Arizona needs picks. They need people. I still believe it. I mean, it hadn't happened yet, but I don't put that out of the realm of possibility, man. I just don't.
No, I'm fine in order with the following happening. I actually be fine with the Chiefs getting him to see you have like an alpha in the room because they don't currently have an alpha at receiver.
Nope.
Then Baltimore, then Buffalo. But I just think in those other places, like I think OBJ would kind of back off of that alpha role. He's not doing that right now.
No.
You're not going to bring that, to me, you're not bringing DeAndre Hopkins into the same locker room. Stephon Diggs. To me, that does not smell right at all.
It wouldn't work.
They work on that.
Yeah. Wouldn't work. Zay Flowers, Dalton Kincaid, I think might be the pick here, boys. Dalton Kincaid. It ain't gonna be Will Levis, or it shouldn't be Will Levis. Let me not say that it ain't.
If it's Will Levis, to me, that one makes even less sense.
Now,
like it's
CJ, let me ask you this. You're a quarterback guy. Why is everybody in such a hurry to get rid of Goff when Goff is young and is doing a good job? Why are they in such a hurry to replace him?
They're in a hurry to replace him because Jared Goff, nothing about him screams, like elite. More than good. Like he's basically just what he is. He's comfortable. He's a comfortable quarterback. But people act like Jared Goff didn't go to a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Right? Played one. I mean, the biggest issue that I would have with Jared Goff, like I replace him with an Anthony Richardson, someone who has way more upside.
There you go.
Only to get rid of his cap hit because his cap hit is about to become stupid.
Yeah, they had to restructure his deal.
Yeah, but other than that, no, I don't understand why they want to replace Jared Goff.
I just don't get it. I thought he played great last year, especially with the lack of weapons that they had, and he still played great. Kept them in games because when their defense was struggling, he kept them in games. Even won some games that they had no business winning.
Jared Goff is a dude that if you keep him clean, he's going to do everything you need to do.
Right.
Get the ball where it needs to go.
Jack
He's just
Campbell.
not going to make a lot of improvising plays. This is not for him. He's not improvising.
Who the heck is? I know who Jack Campbell is, and they did need a middle linebacker, but come on, man, what are you doing, Detroit?
I mean, if you're gonna go middle linebacker, I would have gone Drew Sanders over him.
Yes. Well, Detroit is back to doing Detroit things. This is a second day pick that they took
Easily
in the first round.
After they did an exceptional job trading down, managing, moving around with the first pick. Almost feels like a panic pick.
Yeah, like couldn't figure it out. Time's almost up.
which
Write
happened.
this on the card.
Yeah, that's a real thing. Definitely a real thing.
Well, I'm going with Will Levis here. Bucs fans, feel free to get upset with me. That pick came in a little too quick.
I mean, they're empty.
But it's honestly not a bad spot for him.
Well, didn't they get somebody?
They picked up Baker Mayfield.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
On a 1-year deal that could be worth up to $8 million.
I mean, Mayfield's going to end up putting up numbers because they're going to be behind every game.
Yeah, he's going to end up putting numbers. 29 touchdowns and 20 interceptions.
Yeah. 4-13.
They look pretty pleased. I don't see his phone ring. Basically, if he doesn't go here, he's not going until pick number 30 or 31.
And he ain't going 31 because the Chiefs ain't going to draft him.
Well, I think someone would trade back in
and get to the first round to get him.
Yeah.
Saints gonna get him. Remember Taysom Hill.
Let's stop that.
Push the reset button on Taysom Hill and just bring him in and do that.
Hey, LeVar, I like Hendon Hooker better too.
Yeah.
I like Hendon Hooker better too, brother.
I told CJ that you said he was the number one quarterback and the best quarterback in the draft.
I said so.
Okay, I didn't know. Make sure I remember that right.
I believe that. I believe it. Without the ACL, and he gets knocked because he's 25. And again, I think that matters. When you're 25 playing against 18-year-olds, I think that matters.
Yeah.
But I still believe that he is literally the best quarterback in the draft. I believe that. I do.
See, I comped him to a person. Oh my goodness, Kalijah Clancy.
I mean,
that man is never getting
Jason Light.
I mean, Jason Light. Hey man,
want the Bucs do it?
But he's not bad. He's good though.
Clancy can play football. The problem is that's not what you needed.
They don't. Yeah, I was gonna say that's not what they needed. Oh, can't let Dion back in. He gonna blow the live up. He gonna blow it up.
I mean, you can't knock the player, but
no,
because he can play. It's just
this team shouldn't be drafting him at this point.
Nope.
He's not gonna have a chance to pass rush.
I mean, they're gonna be getting the ball out super quick because guys are open immediately.
Be done early. Be down early.
And everybody start running the football.
Just running the football.
I'm on the same page with you. Well, first off, I figured they'd take Will Levis, but I would have taken Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
Let him heal fully.
Yep.
Baker Mayfield out there start the season. Let him do his normal Baker Mayfield thing, which is 3 games of pretty solid football and then lose his mind.
Yep.
And by that time, Hendon Hooker's ready.
All right, y'all better stop.
You know the
trying to
moment when I
compare
knew
him to
Baker
Aaron Donald.
Mayfield.
You need to stop that.
Ever notice that player comps for like the highest level of analysts are always dudes who are like Hall of Famers or
always. It's always that. Somebody, I'm like, come on, man. What are you doing?
Case in point, you know, I comped Hendon Hooker to a guy that played for the Saints a long time ago.
Aaron Brooks?
To Aaron Brooks. Yeah. Now, does he play exactly like him? No, but that's who came to mind. Like when I just kept looking at him, like, who plays like this guy?
Right.
Who looks like this guy playing? Yeah. Which people are like, that's not a great. They just don't. I didn't say he's gonna have his career. What I'm saying is that's how he looks when he plays.
Absolutely. So. Absolutely.
Yeah, I gotta watch some tape. I haven't seen him play enough to make that comparison.
What I had to do is basically go back and try to watch some Aaron Brooks just to make sure like I wasn't that far off. And it looks similar-ish. Right? It wasn't 1-to-1, wasn't perfect, but some of the stuff they come up with, man, I don't know what they're doing.
I got Aaron Brooks burned in my mind, so I don't need to go back and look.
Oh.
Not a bad thing. It wasn't a jab. I was there.
Right.
All of it.
So, Seattle. Levis here?
Similar thing. So
at some point we got to stop this.
You got to get picked by somebody.
We just going down one slide every time. Like,
nothing about him says Seattle though. Meaning like I feel like they legit like love Geno.
They
for
do.
Geno to get replaced, it would have to be a project guy that's replaced him. And I don't think that Anthony Richardson's a project, but other people do. So I could see that. And he's an upgrade. Levis, you bring in a dude who Geno's not even 10 years older.
No, he's not. He's not.
Yeah. Geno's like what, 31, 32?
Somewhere around there, maybe 33. But the bottom line is that, well, I shouldn't say the bottom line, but one thing to understand Geno's deal is it's basically a 1-year deal. They can get out of it after 1 year and not owe him anything. So,
well, that's why I'm like, if you have a project that you want to take, I understand it. Give them a year to develop X, Y, Z. Like that would to me would be a good place for Trey Lance to go, for him to kind of learn the ropes, maybe come and do whatever, right? But
yeah.
I'm not taking a 24-year-old with no like actual injury to sit on the bench for a full year.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing it.
It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
Because if I drafted a Hendon Hooker, he's my technical day one starter. Is that me okay?
And he got hurt late. Like he didn't get hurt in September. It was November. So near the end of November too. So I mean, it may be a minute.
Yeah, structurally, because I think it was clean, right? It wasn't like Javonte Williams where like he's probably not going to play it down this year.
Correct.
It's structurally probably going to be sound. Is that player back up to speed? Like, is he seeing things correctly again? You don't want to just put him back out there.
Right.
So I think he'll be fine, but I want insurance just in case. Setbacks are real. What's the injury? I think it's basically if you tear an ACL, a lot of times what ends up happening is you don't do anything to that knee again. It's usually you'll like suffer with hamstring pulls and stuff like that early on because that knee that leg's adjusting back.
Right.
So
they didn't have to do the top down camera shot of the draft room. Levis being the only one left. You see that shot?
He was the only guy left?
Yeah, they did it like a top down, like sky shot. All the couches are empty.
Whoops.
feel bad for him, and I hate when they do that. They probably pumped this guy's head up to think he's going in the top 5.
That happened to
Of
Aaron.
course they
That was
did.
Aaron Rodgers how many years ago?
Sure was.
So he shouldn't have gone number 1 overall, but he should have gone for Alex Smith.
Yeah.
It's like one of those weird things.
Good draft, man. It's been a good draft. A weird draft.
I'm gonna go with Nolan Smith.
Could be similar, and I don't know if the first round.
He kind of fits what they're trying to do, isn't it? And they need an outside pass rusher. They like those type of guys, like Bruce Irvin type guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow morning they can have it. Yeah, if you could drop in a bite from Bauer.
That was a dude.
Bruce Irvin?
Yeah, and it, like let him do it. I hate when they try to make him do anything other than just
rush the
let
pass.
that dude bend the corner.
That's it.
Like watch this film. That's what he does.
That's what he does. First of all, he was lighting ass, so you didn't want him in on first and second down because if they ran at him, I mean, he was a liability. But you put him in on third down and just let him rush the passer. He did his thing.
Yep. And then that draft, everyone's like, well, he was a bust going as their first pick. Then they picked up Bobby Wagner and Russell Wilson next to next. Like,
there you go.
It's like, okay, cool, let's just change the order up.
Exactly.
That's picked early that looks good for a quarterback. Might end up with a genius
Where a lot of people thought, like he was an either or guy.
Yeah.
He'd be a run on wide receivers at some point.
But
they've had none be drafted.
Is definitely coming with. That's a pick that they might do. Jackson Smith and Jigba. But if he doesn't go here, he's definitely going to the Chargers.
Ooh, look at LeVar. So Will Levis end up in Minnesota. Because he can sit there for a year. But is Cousins, is he any different than Cousins? Of course not. Stronger arm, though. Gonna have a stronger arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't bite on that.
He did say something interesting.
I mean, that's one of the few places in the first round he can actually go.
Right.
CJ, I mean, I know you don't want to swallow this. I know you don't like the taste. But Will Levis.
So anyway,
New Orleans.
Does it teach you a transfer?
Yeah.
New Orleans.
9. It's looking like a thing.
Yep, Aaron Jackson Smith and Jigba. It made a lot of sense. After I put in Nolan Smith, I thought about it. Should have put that one in. You're right. There's about to be a run. Jordan Ellis is probably going next.
Well, and that's a good spot because Keenan Allen is on his way out. You know, Mike Williams always hurt. So
stay hurt. Yeah, no, you know a dude's done at receiver. And I don't mean he's done, but Keenan Allen's done being a high-level receiver when he's getting a fast person's injuries, hamstrings, and you're not a fast person.
And you're not a fast person. Not to mention, what was he out? 10 weeks? And I get hamstrings can be tough, but man, I mean.
Jigba, he's going to be good, man.
He's a good route runner.
Yeah. You got good guys in the locker room, too, so he's in a good spot.
It took D. Eskridge, and he is where he should be at number 4 or 5.
Yeah, number 4. Exactly.
But I wouldn't be upset with is if Zay Flowers fell to the Saints. I can't. I'll tell you right now, I'm not gonna have to swallow it because even though I have season tickets, I don't have to keep them.
Now that's the type of fan I like. You know what? You draft somebody I don't like, I'm out on season tickets now. Deal with that. I like it.
I'm not gonna be able to do it.
I
Well,
like
you're
it.
not gonna see him this year,
Oh no,
so
That's
just
what I'm
don't buy him next year.
Yeah, but they got
Exactly.
card. I don't think they can get out of card next year.
Now he's got a deal that's a true 2-year deal. The way
Yeah.
they structured it.
So and 30 for 30 signed back there too.
Yeah,
They still got 30 for 30.
he's there.
Unbelievable.
He's there.
I thought he would go somewhere and be a starter. And New Orleans said, you'll be the starter, but you know what? We'll go. I know you're healthy, but we're going to stay with Andy Dalton and keep you on the bench, 30 for 30.
That should have been it.
If they did that to me, I mean, that's what I'm saying. He should have said, okay, I'm out. But maybe he likes the gumbo.
There's 2 teams
that
that
was
make
good.
sense that also pick high in the 30s. One is the Raiders picking at 38. They could trade back in, take Will Levis, or they could just leave it and see what happens.
That's in their mold too.
Because I'm wondering if they can how they can get out of their cap situation with the Rams. Because as soon as I heard that a dude who's a power thrower that has had injuries had a next situation where he couldn't feel stuff, Stafford.
I'm surprised. I'm real surprised that he even came back to play.
He should. That'd be my advice to him, man. You won your Super Bowl. You've got a lot of money.
Yeah.
You seem like a really good dude. Go live your life.
Yeah, I was surprised he's coming back to play, especially when they don't have an offensive line. That's how he got hurt to begin with.
Yep.
I had a teammate that hurt his neck and had surgery. They put bolts in his neck. They went in through the front to get to his neck in the back. Came back and played. Couldn't be me. That's it.
Bolts in your neck that they had to go through your throat.
Yeah, I think they had like lupus esophagus
around to go through.
Yeah, to get to it. Yeah, it was crazy. He played for like 2-3 more years too. On defense.
Whew.
The only one could never be me at that point.
No.
I don't even know how you get your mind right to tackle somebody after that. That's the hurdle for me.
No judgment, but you got to really not care what the end result's going to be.
Or you're broke.
Yeah.
I mean, or you're broke and that's it. You gotta get money. Gotta have money.
Yeah. Situation you got to be in. Ooh.
Never been in that situation, so I don't know. That would seem, I mean, if I was broke and I could play football, but they had to move my esophagus around for me to keep playing, I'm just not sure that I could do. I don't know. Like I said, I've never been in that situation, but.
Well, they had George Foreman on I Am Athlete this week, and he was talking about how like he literally died in the locker room, and when he came back, like he put up his gloves, he didn't box, he didn't put on gloves, he didn't hit a bag for 10 years, and then when he came back and made that second run as a champion, the only reason he came back was because he was broke.
He was broke, right?
He said he hated every minute of it.
Whew.
Every minute of it.
Thank goodness for those. I'm not even joking, for those grills.
Yeah, he killed.
Well, that's what happened. He got popular being that old as a heavyweight champ, and then he got that deal and took off.
Yeah, well, he said he was doing the commercials for all these different like Hershey bars and everything, and doing great, and seeing their numbers going through the roof. And he was like, I just sell my own stuff. And they figured out a product, and that was it.
Thing about it is, I bet you couldn't name 5 people that at one point didn't have a George Foreman grill.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody had one. Everybody, whether you had the little one or the medium or the big one, everybody had
side by side.
Right. Somebody had something. Everybody had one. Man.
A little joker in my dorm room. I remember that.
Phew. I just remember because that was back when I was young, just out of college. You could get a frozen chicken breast, put it on there, go take a shower, come back, and then it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This the run on receivers that we were talking about. They took the guy from TCU, B.
Yeah, they did. I like him too.
I like
He's
what the ball
another
is hands.
Top of the route guy.
Yeah. It's just he's gotta consistently catch. Just to be honest.
That was his problem. It's weird because he's a big receiver, but he's not like 50-50 balls are truly 50-50 with him. You know, when they shouldn't be.
Hey, if you catch it, that yak is gonna hurt you.
Yeah.
That's what my comp for him was Kevin White out of West Virginia, because he was the same way. He wasn't doing all these battle winnings. He was a small receiver in a big receiver body.
Ravens. What do the Ravens need? I think the Ravens need a corner.
Do they need a corner? Yes. Will they go there? Honestly, I don't even know. I could see them taking Smith out of Georgia to get another rush in.
Yeah, they could do that.
I could see them taking a corner, Banks, because he's quote unquote local, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could see them taking another receiver, to be honest.
Yeah. Then you don't have to bring in DeAndre.
Yeah, I don't know how to get the deal done.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, I want it to happen, but
I want him out of that situation because that situation in Arizona is horrible. Steelers got room. We can make room for him. We ain't got the draft picks though because we need bodies. And what I was talking about was somebody was talking about arguing with me earlier. I was like, the Steelers need bodies, but they need top end talent. They don't need a bunch of 4th and 5th and 6th round guys to fill out the roster. They need top end guys. They need 1st, 2nd, 3rd round guys. That's what the Steelers need. They need guys that can come in and play right this very second.
Let's be honest. You got Kenny Pickett to God.
I mean, you know, we got baby hands. Baby hands Pickett. I'm telling you. He's got something. He got better. I mean, I say he got better. He just stopped throwing interceptions. My God, he was allergic to him.
That was a dude who played way too much football, and then after playing in his 5th year, finally was just old enough to be better than everyone else.
Correct. Correct. And we drafted him in the 1st round. And I've been mad ever since.
Yeah. Would I have done it? No. At 20, I'm not as upset as if it was at like 1, 2, or 3.
Right.
You could justify it.
Now, CJ, let me ask you this question. Here's my thought on, while we're in between the pick here, just real quick, on Matt Canada, the offense of the Steelers. I think that he hasn't been able to run his full complement of the offense because the offensive line has been so bad. I think he's ultra conservative and he's not the greatest, but because the offensive line has been so bad, we literally can't run normal 10, 12-yard routes because the line gets whipped immediately.
He's off. He's out.
I watched Matt Canada coordinate at LSU.
Okay.
I'm sorry for you. This man ran motion every.
No, we're in motion every play. We're always in motion.
Motion every play, and he used to do at LSU these silly reverses all the time. End around. Like, this can't be an entire offense. Tecmo Bowl isn't a real thing for a coordinator in college and NFL. He can't run the same 4 plays. So, for your sake, I hope that they make some adjustments. Look like that.
Yeah, that's my only thing. That's my problem with Tomlin. He's loyal to a fault. And, he wants to give these opportunities to guys. And I'm like, look, at some point, it's their fault. You can't keep changing the personnel and blaming it on the personnel. At what point is it the coordinator's issue? So I think we're there. We fixed the offensive line. It's been fixed. So now when it's 3rd and 8, stop calling 3-yard crossing routes to see if we can break a tackle.
Thank you.
Jiminy Christmas. It's just 3rd and 8. It's not 3rd and 18. 3rd and 8, you should be able to get a 3rd and 8 in the NFL. And it shouldn't have to be because our guy broke a tackle or running a wide receiver screen. You shouldn't have to do that, man. Gosh. So hopefully we can get this figured out.
I hope you can as well. I think you're correct that virtually no one who's just not an upper echelon, no coordinator can run their offense without an offensive line that can block. It's just
no, you can't. You can't run anything.
You can get crafty, but crafty is there for spurts. It's
correct.
Not your base.
Correct.
So that being said, it's basically like giving Greg Roman more receiver talent and saying that'll make the passing game better.
Right.
You can't do it.
He can't do it. He can't. That's not his repertoire. That's not what he does. That's not what he does. What about a tackle here? Jones.
So when I did the mock, I did actually give them Jones.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense.
Based on how things are falling and how the Ravens, I'm a big believer in do what you do well. They draft defense well.
Yeah, they do. I was going to say it's defense.
Yeah, they actually don't do a bad job with the offensive line, to be honest.
The problem is Staley just can't stay healthy. Ever since they signed him to that deal, he's been not just hurt. 2nd game, out for the season. 3rd game, out for the season. So, he keeps getting banged up, like broken legs and broken ankles. I'm not blaming him. I'm just, what it is.
Yeah, when you have, there's certain injuries, they're.
Oh, they went Flowers. Well,
they're not getting DeAndre.
No, they're not getting DeAndre, but they're saying, you know what? We
so
got our
happy.
quarterback, and we're gonna load him up.
They just gave this. That was my number 1 receiver.
I think he was. I think he was the best. Now, he's a guy that, while he's not the biggest guy, 50-50 balls would go to him. He attacked 50-50 balls.
He reminded me of Brandon Cooks, because Cooks used to do that at Oregon State.
He did, didn't he?
Being short, he didn't care.
Didn't care. Attack the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Explosive.
Who has had a better day than Lamar Jackson?
And quiet as kept, if Baltimore uses Duvernay a little bit better than what they have, and they probably will now that they have a good offensive coordinator, Duvernay's a speedster.
Duvernay he can do more stuff than they were trying to use.
Yeah. He's more than just he's fast, but he's a receiver. Yeah. I saw him do it at Texas.
So
I saw him do it.
He was roasting back in the day. Can't tell us you roasting. He was doing his job, and at the end of the day, it's funny how I'm not gonna say your life, but basically a lot of players, their careers are determined by the people who are in charge of what they do, not by their talent, not by their effort.
Just like sometimes guys' careers get ruined by the organization that they go to.
Yep.
Go to a garbage organization, and regardless of their skill, if you put them and they're good, but they're around a bunch of people that can't play, what are you going to do? Or people that don't know what they're doing and bring in guys that can't play. It's,
Yeah.
Oh, we're comparing them to
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill now. He's that guy.
So
okay.
The explosiveness, I understand you're trying to compare that. There is no one I have ever seen. You know what? The only person I've ever seen with a football in their hands that looks like Tyreek Hill compared to other people is Joey Galloway.
Yeah.
I've never seen someone be so much faster than other people for no reason.
Yeah.
Plus people who are extremely fast. Yeah, no.
He's not that guy. Zay Flowers not that fast, but not like that.
Yeah, and he's a better wide receiver than Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill he's developed into a really good wide receiver, but initially he was
correct
the ball.
And even right now, Tyreek Hill doesn't have the greatest hands per se.
No.
You knew he was coming back in. Knew he was coming back in.
Hey, man, y'all know it. The league is in trouble. The league is in trouble officially with that pick.
No D-Hop, though.
No D-Hop. No D-Hop. I'm kind of disappointed about that, but Zay Flowers definitely, he was my favorite wide receiver in the draft. So, I mean, it's understated too. As long as Bateman can stay healthy, because people not really realizing Rashad Bateman, when healthy, he just as good as pretty much most of these receivers out here, man. So have a OBJ, a Zay Flowers, and a Rashad Bateman with a Andrews. Oh my God, who they gonna cover? Who they gonna double?
Pass rush will get there when you play the Steelers. That's all I know. The pass rush will be too much. Pass rush.
Guess what? This year we get to see Lamar under contract, not worrying about his body and really trying as hard as he can. So, hey, because last year he was just going through the motions. I think he was going through the motions and still was in the top 5 for MVP before he got hurt. This year we're going to see full action Lamar. I had to just pop in though, man. I'm glad to see y'all still on. I'm very happy with my pick right there. That made me smile. I could go to sleep now.
But you got the Bucks made they pick too.
The Bucks, man. The Bucks pick. I like the pick actually. I thought they was gonna get the quarterback, but I'm happy with that D tackle though.
Which quarterback? Levis or
Levis? I thought they were gonna get Levis. I thought they would have, but
yeah, it would have made sense. But
yeah, that was I mean, I ain't mad with that. That's kind of like when they picked the other D tackle. What is it? I can't even say his name. The Samoan.
Oh my goodness, Vita Vea.
Remember they picked Vita Vea over Cook. They got Vita Vea over Dalvin Cook that year.
Right.
And I was like, I'm all right with that. I feel kind of the same way about this with the D tackle from Pittsburgh. Because now they got like they were saying, like that sap.
Or McCoy.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they got that's a problem on the inside right there. But yeah, man, y'all guys been doing a great job, man. I'm about to lay it down. I was waiting on that pick, man. I'll catch up with everything tomorrow, man.
All right, man.
All right, man. Y'all too.
Knew it was coming. So Minnesota's got to go defense here, don't they?
Yeah, secondary, but
I mean,
I'm trying to think of who they're
Banks is available. Porter Jr. is still available.
I'm gonna go Brian Branch.
I was just gonna say him too. You know, a safety that can play slot, that can cover in the slot.
Yeah, move piece.
You know,
like you just put him in the slot. You can drop him back to safety if you need to.
Everybody keeps saying that he's like Mika, and I'm like, Mika's a free safety though. He did the same thing at Alabama, but Mika is a free safety. He's not a corner.
Yeah,
that's what he does, and he ain't covering the slot like that. I mean, he will cover tight ends. I said, but Mika is a free safety. That's what he does.
You wanted Minka. Minka had those instincts that like only dudes like Honey Badger or Trapalamalu, those dudes have, where he knew where the ball was going for no reason all the time.
That's right. That's right. High football IQ.
So rare, can't really teach it. It's got to be there. It's got to be there. Heck,
Nolan
Minka was
Smith
tied. I gave them. Did they pick Nolan Smith?
No, but I think he could be, because they need a pass rusher too.
It would be a good addition for him. But Minka was my number one player that year he came out.
Yeah, he was really good. I don't know what the Dolphins were thinking. I have no idea what they were thinking, other than him and Flores didn't get along because he wanted him to do. Flores wanted him to do some stuff that he wasn't comfortable doing.
That's another thing that affects your career. We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah,
just somebody that don't like you,
right?
Or don't believe in you, or you're not just that. You're not their guy kind of guy.
And it's weird because he drafted him. If he wasn't your kind of guy, why'd you pick him?
Right.
I mean, what you didn't, and it's not like he was like a 3rd round pick, 4th round pick, where you didn't necessarily bring him in. What was he, the 3rd pick in the damn draft? Hell.
I think he was 7th, 6th. He was definitely the top 10. 6th or 7th. Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand that type of stuff.
Right.
I use extremes to make these points to people where I'm like, can Peyton Manning run the option? Sure. Will he run it well? No. And they're like, why would you ever ask that?
Exactly.
Why would you ask someone else to do something that's not what they do?
Who they take?
All right, LeVar, I appreciate you joining in, man. Thanks, brother. Jason Litt. He don't like the pick. I like the pick for Tampa.
All right, so I'm an idiot. I need to just look at what I had on my screen. I actually had them mocked, and my note was they lost Thielen. My thought process, so Jordan Addison, because he's not really a slot. He's built like one, but he's really a Z receiver. He would play on the exterior, do a lot of the things that Thielen was doing. And then I didn't put that down on Twitter. I feel I need to look at what he was doing.
Jacksonville got a lot of ways they can go. Jacksonville has a lot of ways that they can go.
And my note here was they need an inline tight end. So Michael Mayer was the pick here because even if Evan Ingram comes back, Evan Ingram is not that. He's a flex guy. He's not going to sign that franchise tender until the last second. So you can do a lot more stuff with Mayer in that scheme. Peterson wants that. He wants multiple tight ends anyway.
Right.
He needs one that's going to do that flex stuff. And he needs another one who's going to actually be a tight end.
Right. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I did better pre-draft looking at this than I did during the draft.
So the Giants just moved up. Who do the Giants want here?
So their line is actually solid. They addressed all the wide receivers are gone. Well, not all of them, but ones that they were used.
4 in a row.
I'm trying to think who would be the next wide receiver. They need a cornerback desperately.
Oh, the Giants? They need receivers though too.
They moved up. Oh,
They just moved up one spot.
No, it's not showing that, is it?
Not
it
yet.
hasn't
There it is.
populated yet. Okay. I was about to say.
So they moved up a spot, but yeah, they need receivers too. They could go Hyatt.
He's the same receiver they have on the roster. I like Josh Downs out of UNC.
Yeah.
But
Cedric Tillman. But Tillman is not a first-round guy.
no, I don't think he is, but it's not as egregious as some of the decisions that have been made.
Very true.
Giants. Let's see where the Giants get. I had the Giants taking DJ Turner because they desperately need secondary help.
Even at Christmas, man, all these picks or all this time. I'm like, come on now, what are we doing?
Yeah, they're gonna get that full complement of commercials.
Yeah.
It's gonna end right around 11:38 Eastern time. To your point, they do need a wide receiver.
Yeah, they got to get a wide receiver here, I think. It'd be silly not to.
Trade with them. It feels like a lot of times the team convinces them that someone's going to trade with them. So who did Jacksonville convince them someone was going to trade with them for?
Yeah. Because that is exactly right. That's exactly what happens a lot of times. They think somebody's going to jump in front of them, but the Cowboys pick right behind them. So, and maybe they're trying to get a tight end, and they think the Cowboys are going to jump in front of them.
Well, they go and try to get a tight end, and they just wasted their money with getting Darren Waller.
Correct. I know Waller gets hurt, but I don't know.
Not necessarily be running back. In fact, I like Ja'Shawn Corbin being behind Saquon. Should have paid Saquon, but that's another story.
I don't know. I never thought I'd live in a world where Daniel Jones would be making $40 million a year. I never thought that world was possible, but it is.
I knew I was going to live in that world. I think the last 3 seasons he's had more games played than touchdowns. Touchdown. Which is very awkward, very odd.
Yeah. Oh, man. Aggressive fans. More aggressive than the Jets.
So I did go to the Saints-Jets game last year. Jets fans were exceptionally nice. That's a lot. 2021. Sorry, 2021. They were good fans.
The Jets fans?
They were good to us.
Were they? Okay.
No one was. Yeah, I was actually shocked.
Huh? Yeah, because they're usually insane.
Yeah. Maybe they mentally gave up on that season. I think it was a 30-6 final score. It was not
well,
good.
there you go. All right.
Yeah, they went. I got that's one of the new name, but yeah, Deontay Banks.
I like him. I do like him. I just don't know. But they did need a corner, though. They needed that.
So in my mock, DJ Turner went, and mainly it's because Banks was already gone.
Right. Yeah, I like him. I like him. He's super fast too. They went Banks, D. Howard. Finally, to the Giants.
That's your guy.
Yeah, I like Banks.
I'm taking Mayer here.
So Buffalo.
What'd you say? It was the mayor?
No, I'm trying to decide whether to take Mayer or Kincaid.
Ah.
All the wide receivers.
It's like Mayer is the better blocker. But if you're looking for a two-way guy.
Yeah, and that's my theory on it. To run their full complement of plays, I think they need someone who can actually be an inline tight end. That would be Mayer. They just want to straight up replace Evan Ingram. Kincaid.
They need another receiver though. Davis is a number 3.
Well, no, they have a bunch of receivers.
Buffalo?
No. Buffalo traded up.
Mm-hmm.
They got 2 almost back to back, one in between.
I thought Jacksonville was there.
Nolan Smith is still on the board.
Nolan Smith is still on the board. Look for the Cowboys. Although the Cowboys need a tight end, but the Cowboys could use another pass rusher opposite of Micah Parsons.
What the Saints need to do right now
Trade up?
Is trade up. That would be perfect because their D-line is just it's getting aged out. They made some interesting choices a couple of years ago. Davenport.
Here's the thing with Nolan Smith. Is he an outside linebacker or is he a defensive end? Because if he's a defensive end, he is way too light.
I think that he's athletic enough to be do both situationally. Like if you want to put him on the field as an outside linebacker, but basically the Saints have been using people like Zach Bond in that role, right? And then you actually bring him in on third downs and pass rush. I think that he can end up being a little heavier and develop into that role.
Gotcha.
I mean, look at Philly's pass rushers.
Yeah, they're like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the same staff, but when I was there, they liked smaller rushers. Like, I mean, we were between 240 to 260 max. Most of them 240 to under 250. I played in New Orleans and we had the heavy lunch bunch. And our idea is like we were pushing 290, 285, 290. I get the feeling that everybody's like 250, 260 max. I got there, I was like the biggest D lineman they had. Like, okay, I got some work to do.
You're right, even to this day, because Reddick damn sure is pushing. I say he was like 235.
Maybe, maybe.
He's skinny. He's skinny.
I'm using my own weight, kind of eye to eye. You know, I'm 6'1.5", 6'2". I'm 220. So he looked in better shape than I am.
They say 6'1", 240. I think
He's not 240.
He's not a legit 240. He might have weighed in at 240, but Bryce Young weighed in at 204. So
there you go. It's like Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham's not big either.
Yeah, they got him now. At what, 265?
Yeah.
270? He's 250.
250.
No, Brandon heavier than 250.
220.
Got that grown man weight. Now when he came in, he wasn't.
Oh yeah, no. He definitely came.
Oh no, they've been doing that.
A little different now.
Defensive end type of thing. I mean, they've been doing that forever. Because if you remember, Derek Thomas was skinny too. I mean, Derek Thomas was 230, 235 at the most. 235.
He's a little different.
Yeah,
he was different. But he wasn't good against the run.
Well, so, I mean, that's why you rotate guy. That's why you have Brandon Ingram. Not Brandon. Graham. Brandon Graham. Rotate. They've always rotated their guys.
Will Levis.
Third long, you put 4 pass rushers in.
You know what? But this is a good job of the NFL scouting guys doing their work and saying, yeah, you guys keep pushing this narrative that this guy is a top 5 pick. Yeah, no, he isn't. And we're not taking him as a top 5 pick. Now, granted,
you can argue that it worked for Anthony Richardson.
What, pushing that narrative?
Yeah.
It can, but I think the NFL team saw that Anthony Richardson's talent was so much more than Will Levis.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was that before also. Up until the draft.
Right. Where I think
not the draft, the combine.
I think everybody is saying, you know what? Yeah, y'all keep pushing this narrative that he's supposed to be a top 5 guy, but that's not what we see. And we're not going to take him just because you did, just like last year. Yeah. I mean, there was no quarterback. Now, granted, there's been some quarterbacks, but last year they were like, there's no quarterback that needs to go in the top 10. And they didn't, which is odd because I don't know for how many years they did, even if they didn't deserve it. Yeah. And, you know, and last year was like the first year that they pushed back. There it is, Dalton Kincaid. Just what you said, yeah.
2 years in a row, though, where, to your point, last year that quarterback class wasn't where it's supposed to be. Yeah, I used to say this about the NFL. I say some of these guys were basically the equivalent of someone who's in a nightclub at 2:30 making some
there you go
game time decisions.
There you go. It just amazed me on how many years they just pushed quarterbacks that they had to go so high. I'm like, why? If they're not that good, why do you have to take one in the top 5? You're killing yourself.
Yes, and that's why they say there's a 50% hit rate. I'm like, you created the 50% hit rate.
Exactly. You created it. It doesn't have to be that way because nobody cares if the guy's a 4th round pick and it doesn't pan out. Nobody cares.
I remember 2016 when Golfman won. For 2. And you know who I said you take at 1? Obviously you don't trade up for him, but I said you should take Jalen Ramsey at 1. They're like, well, you don't take a safety or corner at 1. I was like, you do it. His name is Jalen Ramsey. It was pretty simple. We see where Goff is, still a competent quarterback. See where Wentz is.
Yep. Did Wentz sign somewhere as a backup?
For his mental state, I hope he didn't. I hope that Wentz just goes and takes a break, goes and hunts, enjoy your life right now. Man, you made plenty of money. Maybe come back in a year or two and try it out again. But that Philly situation, I think, broke him.
Yeah. I mean, they couldn't stand him.
5 to 7 World Cup games now.
That was the weirdest thing. I told someone about the situation. I'm like, he's not a bad guy. He's just kind of oblivious to other people not getting down with him. It's like it doesn't get to his head.
I mean, this has got to be Meyer then, right?
That's why that locker room changed very quickly when Jalen Hurts got it. Some people rock with, some people want nothing to do with. If you're not a bad person.
Right.
Look at Jerry, man. Hesitate. Fucking up.
I should have driven over there.
I said, excuse me, I'm displaced.
I should have driven over there and crashed the draft room.
Nobody looked happy in there.
Nobody.
Samson just enjoying the hell out of seeing him drop in the draft. Well,
Dallas, they don't need a pass rush. They already have a Nolan Smith type of dude who just goes and just does stuff.
Yeah, they do.
That. I feel like it's all on my behalf.
I guess this is a Michael Mayer situation. Based on everything.
Oh yeah, Matt Miner. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Great takers.
I remember Gary Leonard, the Missouri basketball player. Yeah. I went to New York with him for the draft. He was supposed to go on the first night, and he didn't. That was tough to cover. Spent the afternoon in his hotel room, got ready to everything set. And then I don't remember how it went that night. I don't think he was very good. I don't know. I probably wrote about his anticipation during the day.
I feel like they were heartbroken. Jameer Gibbs went at 12.
I think they were, man. A lot of people here kept talking about that they wanted him.
Yeah. They were like, okay, we're not going to get Bijan, but whatever.
And I also think that the pick just right before them, I think the Cowboys were set on taking him. I'm like, take the Notre Dame tight end. He's just as good.
He's better for what they want to do. They say they want to run the ball. This is the guy you take for that.
Yeah, because he can block.
Yep. Quietly, I wanted Kincaid to go to Kansas City, mainly because he's a Travis Kelce Jr. Not a refined blocker, but effort's there.
Right.
Can catch, can move, can do things, and he can learn a little nuances from a dude who plays like what his best case scenario.
Yep.
Yeah, they look so unsure about this pick.
Nope. Now they're happy.
No, they're not.
Now they're happy.
Yeah.
Aged.
You think it is?
I brought all their cheerleaders to the show, huh?
Will McClay, though, he's the guy actually pulling the strings.
Man, like it's really looking like Will Levis is not even going to get picked
in the first round. It don't look like it, does it?
No,
I still have a feeling that someone is going to trade back, even if it's the Bengals, for someone to jump up to that first round. Because if I'm taking a quarterback in the second round and it's high in the second round, I might as well get that fifth-year option.
Correct.
Yeah.
But you're probably right. I legitimately feel bad for him because you can gas your head up and have you thinking one thing.
There's no spot for him. Got a front row seat to the draft. Orchestra.
Hey. Oh, well, maybe he Lamar Jackson. Somebody jumps up to 30. Well, in this case, 31. And he takes off in a great NFL career. Oh, okay. So they took Smith,
a nose tackle.
So I know they had some trouble with stopping the run.
Yes, he did.
Brian Brissy is on the board still, and I'd much rather have him
because at least he can give you something in the pass rush game.
Oh yeah,
where Mozzie Smith gives you, he won't even be on the field.
That's one of those where I think Jerry.
They couldn't make they got. I think they had two guys in mind, and they both got picked, and they couldn't figure it out, and this is who they took.
Yeah, and Jerry brings enthusiasm. You could tell that room was deflated because he probably in his gut knows.
Yep. I mean, literally, he's a nose tackle. That's what he is. He is a nose tackle.
Okay.
That's Jerry boy.
Mozzie Smith. Congratulations, son.
Unbelievable.
So whoever Jacksonville was taking, they had to have some level, little to no fear that Dallas was going to take him. It can't be you know what? I'm going to stop trying to apply logic.
No, logic is out the window at this point, man. This is crazy.
Jacksonville's got a lot of different ways that they can go. They got some receivers. They got backs. You can always use more offensive linemen. You can always use more pass rushers. You know,
I'm scared to bring Nolan Smith's name back up.
Yep. I don't know. He'd probably be good at 32. Outside linebacker. That's probably the best spot for him, 32. You know. Yeah, now that I sit here and think about it, that's probably best. Nolan Smith at 32 is probably best. I don't know.
I'm hoping guys sitting in the meeting just telling them we gotta take Smith. 29. We gotta do this.
You know, that's probably what's gonna happen.
Have to. Because we're sitting here and I'm looking at this. Are we really gonna let Philly
take them?
Carter and Nolan Smith.
Yeah, they can't do that. I mean, they can, but ugh.
Oh.
So.
Well, the Saints can take him.
Yeah, the Saints can take him.
I'd love it personally. I just don't know if we'll do it.
So basically, there's only outside of a trade. Just so we're recapping here, outside of a trade, there's only one chance for Will Levis to go in the first round here.
Where's the one?
New Orleans.
New Orleans. That's the only.
That's the only place.
That's the
where he can go.
Yeah, you got your best shot there, but
I'm saying with outside of a trade. If not, he ain't getting picked in the first round. Because, I mean, the other four of these five teams have their franchise quarterbacks.
Yeah, they all have top 10 quarterbacks at this stage.
They're not going. I mean, I was talking, but they're not going to draft, and they have as bad as it takes for me to say this. They have two quarterbacks that are better than him right now.
Yes, they do. I mean, Carr
You're
and 30
draft
for
a quarterback
30.
to be third on your roster.
That's what I'm saying. Outside of a trade, that's the only chance, and they're not going to do it. So, you know, CJ, I still think CJ's right. I still think somebody trade up into that 30th or 31st pick and take them just for the 5th-year option. But you start looking at the top of the draft. Let's start doing that. Who's there in those first top 10 picks of the second round?
Imagine how diabolical Kansas City would be if they thought Will Levis wasn't good at all. They allowed the Raiders to pop up
and take them.
They steal draft capital from the Raiders. Oh, that would be so diabolical.
Oh,
I wonder how many NFL guys, GMs, are on Brian's wavelength thinking Hendon Hooker is better than Will Levis to begin with anyway.
Could be a lot.
I think there's a decent amount. I think there's literally. I would tell you if I really had to hold them, I would go 50-50.
There you go. I feel bad for him, but it's just like I said before. I am on the bandwagon that I applaud the NFL teams for pushing back against a narrative of just taking a quarterback because other people said that he was good. And nobody thought that he was that good last year. And then now all of a sudden he's a first-round pick. Well, no, he ain't. And the tape says that he isn't.
That's the problem.
So,
and you got to look at it. The two quarterbacks are so different. The reason I say 50-50 is some people value all the physical traits.
Right.
Some people value decision-making. And the Hooker makes way better decisions than Will Levis.
Yes, he does.
Now, an intelligence thing is just Will Levis thinks he can make all these throws that you just simply shouldn't try.
Right. Oh, yeah, I forgot about him. Chiefs aren't trading that pick. They're going to take Anton Harrison. Because they need a left tackle, and Chiefs are going to take him. They're not going to trade out of that.
Oh.
It makes a bunch of sense, too, since their left tackle is about to get suspended for PEDs.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Cam Robinson. Yep.
And there he went. So, plus Cam Robinson has some little injury issues, too. Little injury issues. And if they took him, it's not the 2-game suspension. It's probably going to be 8. Because otherwise, why are you drafting a guy? You know what I'm saying? If it's just 2 games, you're not going to draft a guy to play for 2 games when they just signed Cam Robinson last year to a big deal. So why are you doing it? Which means he's going to be gone half the season.
Yep.
Well, now the Chiefs can't trade him, so now the Chiefs might
right
trade with the Raiders. Yeah, he's gonna be gone for 8 games, and he may lose his job.
All right. I'll get this. Saints, Eagles. Bengals need line.
Bengals need what?
Oh, line.
Yeah, the Bengals need secondary. Bengals need secondary guys. It's a good spot for Joey Porter Jr.
He's still up there, huh?
He is.
It's a weird draft, man. Now that I look back at it, like I'm scrolling back up and looking back at what happened early.
Mm-hmm.
So they said it was possible, but they didn't. Basically, it went in opposite order. They said they were going to take Will Anderson, and there's a possibility that they'd jump back up and get a quarterback. But them taking CJ Stroud first, I think, just messed everyone up.
Right.
Yeah.
I think like one that's it. There's like one or two more, and then we go to break. I'm thinking we just have one. We have one video where we ask that question over, and then we cut the price.
Yeah, I really like what Houston did. They got their picks early. They went home.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's like
Yeah.
one more.
Got 2 of the 3 top guys.
So I want to like put that in.
Well, they got their quarterback, and they got possibly the top pick in the draft, or possibly the top pick, but definitely the best defender.
Definitely the best non-quarterback.
Yep.
Maybe it's like
Miles Murphy.
this side, you know, all the way.
He's good. He's good. Out of Clemson.
That would have probably fit more what the Saints want to usually do. To the point where
Maybe we do Bryce Young. Okay. And you don't even have me say overrated, underrated. After I say the first part.
Miles Murphy's dad looked like, he may have just retired from the league like a year ago. His dad looked like, he was playing left tackle for somebody 2 years ago. And first of all, you shouldn't be able to do that to a tackle.
Yeah, that's literally, yeah. And I don't even have to say underrated. Impressive. Yeah.
You're sitting there, you're Miles Murphy, you're like, I'm gonna have to make Massey Smith.
Man, Nolan going
You
32.
can't tell me Van Ness is better than this dude, man.
Exactly.
And that's who I had. Let's see, did I? No, I had them with Gonzalez.
Tyree Wilson's not better than him either.
No.
So the Saints,
These things always shake out.
they do. Who you think, CJ? Who you think?
I'm very early for my own thing. I went with Nolan Smith. I have to, just even if I'm wrong. But sitting here, let's see.
They don't need a corner?
We're okay at corner. I mean, just literally okay. I think they can probably do well enough getting a corner day 2 to be fine, or even early day 3. Because they drafted Alontae Taylor last year. They got Marshawn still.
And what about on the offensive side? I know they got Olave, Michael Thomas, whatever he got left. No, he doesn't. Yeah, they still have him.
And they like Shaheen.
Yes.
Yeah, so
and they just signed back the tight end. Wasn't it Johnson?
Oh yeah, Juwan Johnson.
Yeah, they just signed him back.
I feel like they know that the defense is getting older up front.
Right.
I think Miles Murphy would have probably been the pick that would have made sense for them based on what they want to do. That's why I think they're in a good business. Well, if they want to reproduce and recreate the wheel, this is where Brian Branch would go so that you have that guy in the slot.
I was just going to say him. Either him or I think you pronounce his name Breesy from Clemson.
No, yeah, I'll take Brian Brees. I would actually love that. Like for me, he was super active. I think he's the top player.
I was gonna say he's a D tackle, but got a motor.
Yeah. Saints.
Huh. Yeah, but even the Nolan Smith, if the Saints don't take him, the Chiefs need a pass rusher. So, and he kind of fits like Frank Clark.
But I think that's one thing.
Just that same type of defensive end. Long, bendy, fast.
And they already did the job last year getting Karlaftis, where
Correct.
his whole job was play well against the run,
Uh-huh.
hold the edge.
Yep.
He's not an explosive guy, but still an adequate pass rusher.
Correct.
The Saints take Nolan Smith, Brian. Chiefs could take Felix.
They could because they need him. I mean, Chiefs got to have another pass rusher. They don't have one. They don't have another. They got to get somebody that can literally rush the passer. So Felix is there. He'll be there.
Hell, Felix is better than Van Hess.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I'm just never taking a DM that does what he does.
So 13.
Tries to play bully ball.
You know, go to the local gym and get one of those
Talk
guys.
them into it, bro.
You can go to Gold's Gym and get one of those guys right now.
The super strong, just try to push people around, dude.
Just push you around, don't have the feet, you know.
Yep.
We did see him
Just hold
too.
a spot, just hold a position.
He disengaged to try to loop around when the quarterback, and he just tripped over his own feet running straight ahead. I'm like, oh my God.
Like his feet didn't even try to catch his body.
Yeah, it was like a 2-year-old who was running and just, you know how they don't know how to fall. He didn't get tripped by anybody either. He just fell on his face. I'm like, what are we doing here? That's the 13th pick in the draft.
I don't know what to say.
Mickey, man, Mickey's been around forever. Jesus, man. You got it at the same time.
And it Loomis?
Yeah, he's still there.
Doesn't the general manager for the Saints run the Pelicans too, since it's the same owner?
I think he was, but then they brought in David Griffin.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
Brian Brzee, yep.
There you go. There you go.
I love it.
Rebuild the line, D-line.
I mean, we lost every D tackle we had, so it just made a lot of sense. I'm good with this.
He can play too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he can play.
He's a 5-star recruit that actually played like a 5-star recruit.
He did. He did. He can play.
Babyface.
That's the positive. You get to leave the draft with the team, not making a mistake. All three of us can say that.
Mm-hmm.
We got one left. And Brian's wife in the city.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my wife is diehard Chiefs fan. Diehard.
Oh, the spin move off the edge too?
Yeah, he can play, man.
Not a joke. I had again, I did a mock where I didn't move around because
right.
But I had him going
in the teens.
Yeah.
I was gonna say a lot of people had him in the teens, man.
That's exactly where I put him. Oh. Happy with my team. Good job. I'll need help in secondary, especially at safety, but this is not a safety class that's a first round safety class.
No.
It's almost a luxury pick here.
So there's Nolan Smith. Keon White. I don't know. I know a lot of people like him. Again, he's another workout warrior. Keon White out of Georgia Tech. He's a workout warrior. I think he's more of a third round. I mean, somebody will take him in the second, but I think he's a more of a third, fourth round guy. Again, another guy that doesn't have pass rush moves.
Just there doing stuff.
Yeah, just out there doing stuff. You know, walking around just slapping hands. If I just slap his hands, I'm like, all right. Until somebody gets in your chest, then what do you do?
What did that just say? Yeah, man, Will's going home without a team, bro. That's crazy.
I think the last time that happened was Geno, when a quarterback showed up for the first round and didn't go. And then I don't think he even came back the second day, did he?
Why would you?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think he's like, no.
You'd have been the only one in the room then.
Well, I think they actually bring second day guys in.
I don't know. To be honest, if it were me personally, I would just go somewhere random with my family.
That's what I'm saying. I may just go home, like literally to my mother's house, home. And no, you can't be a camera at my house. You can't.
Well, I mean, draft wouldn't be for me.
Right.
I'd have to be bona fide number one. I'm not taking any chances. That feels so tough. Just respectfully decline. Go do something fun with my family. You let me know once y'all have made a decision.
Yep.
With the amount of time this has taken, it makes me think that someone is trying to make a deal happen to move up.
Because they're using all the clock. The pick is not in. They probably know who they want to take in case, but they're going to turn the card in with about 45 seconds left.
Yeah, this one for me feels easy. It's literally just a luxury pick. That would be Nolan Smith. Just as a luxury pick. 100%.
I look at him. He's on the phone. Oh, he's probably calling him, though. Not working.
Well, the pick is in.
They got their guy.
Howard looks happy. Somebody fell to him.
Joey Porter Jr.?
Me, if I'm going at corner, to your point, he's the type of person you move to safety, so maybe that's what they would do.
Oh, yeah.
Good. But if I was going strictly corner, I would go DJ Turner, so you have flexibility there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's go. What are we gonna do, man? What are y'all so happy about? I'm curious.
Going wide out.
You know Josh Downs?
know, I don't know. Hey, you got to bolster your line. When you have a luxury pick like this at the end of the first round, I think it's always smart to bolster offense and defensive line if you can. If you can. Oh my God, let's go.
What's
Come on, people.
Actually, you know what? Osiris Torrance.
Okay.
Be a good pick for him.
Yeah, there it is. Nolan Smith.
Rich kid, rich.
God damn it.
Boy.
At this stage, it just feels like a joke. Dude just runs the league. Oh, he really was that dude.
Donna Kelsey?
He is very much with us.
This 2021 tape, he was jumping all off the screen.
Yeah.
I gotta do this.
All players you know offhand are all 17 accounted for. They're here.
All 17. No,
Nolan Smith. All right. Who do the Chiefs take?
one other one.
One thing that used to think is the Chiefs used to always need corners. They don't need corners anymore.
Great question.
Yeah.
It just wasn't working.
I just don't see them taking any of the
I got it on repeat if y'all need it.
Oh.
Trade with the Raiders. I want to see it.
The Chiefs out here stunting. They brought out the trophy.
Huh.
Disrespectful.
Oh, they decided to bring out both.
Then they're gonna bring out the one they won this year.
That's what I'm saying. Two in the last four.
Well,
Josh Downs.
Travis is getting up there in age.
They could bring in a Brian Branch.
Sitting there on 4.
They just need a pass rusher, though.
Yeah, you got it.
The guy at USC is solid. I like him, but
yeah.
Red. Big Red put the pick in and walked out.
Who did?
I'm going home.
Going home.
All right, Big B, y'all the first pick tomorrow.
Yep.
Who you going with?
Well, I mean, we didn't get a corner. We still need a corner. I would think, although I wasn't that high on him, if we can get Joey Porter Jr. at 32 in the second round, I think it's a value. But I mean, I like Brian Branch better than him, but he just doesn't play corner. He's not a corner. So I think that's what we do. The Eagles broke my heart with Nolan Smith. It was all set up for us. Get used to it. Here we go.
State ain't big enough for both of us, man.
Pick is in. Pick is in. Pick is in.
Wrap it up, NFL. You can do it.
Yeah, wait for the other Lombardi Trophy to come out.
Gotta bring up the wrap it up box. Wrap that up. Let's go. I'm tired.
Where you staying at there, man? You staying in downtown? Boom, 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 boom. EAGLES, Eagles.
Sound good, don't it? Look at you. Look at you. Proud of you.
Makes me want to vomit.
Convert.
Bite me, Big Ben. What is that? What's going on here?
What happened?
Somebody had Chiefs. Two people had Chiefs on me and said, "Bite me, Big Ben," on the back. Oh, that's not necessary. Should be arrested. Chiefs are going to take Felix.
Whoa.
I told you.
Wrap it up with a local.
From Kansas City, draft in Kansas City.
Wow. Wow. I said it, but I thought I was reaching.
But you said because of all the guys that had gone, he was the next guy on the list. And as a pass rusher, he was the next guy.
The poker tour.
I always thought the star.
That's got to be great for him.
Yeah.
Stay home.
Yeah. Literally in your hometown. You get drafted in your hometown. The draft is in your hometown. It's good news.
And what I learned last time I was in Manhattan is that coaching staff and Reed's coaching staff is tight. Like,
are they?
Always talking to coaches.
Okay.
So he probably had an inside track with everything. All right, Fee.
So, looking at it, I mean, I thought the Texans did great. I mean, the Panthers, it is what it is. I don't think anybody did bad except I thought Green Bay stunk it up. I didn't like that pick at all.
Well, if you look at it, 15 of these 31 picks have trade arrows next to them.
Yes, they do.
So a lot of moving around, and I don't know. After 4, it got dicey to me. I didn't like the 5, 6, 7 with Witherspoon, Johnson, and Wilson.
Yeah, no. And I mean, I thought it was a reach for all of those.
Right.
Every one of them was a reach.
But we gave our percentages at the beginning.
We sure did.
30 to 40%. So we'll see. I got mine marked.
I think what CJ was on to early, though, that Bijan at Atlanta pick, I think that one's going to work out just fine. I think he's a steal. He just happens to play a position they don't put a big premium on.
Right.
Second or third best player in the draft.
Yeah.
Second or third best player in the draft. He's that good.
Eagles did well.
Eagles did well.
New England got a steal.
Yep.
Gonzalez.
That's probably the biggest steal in the night, considering.
Yeah, the first round for sure. For sure. So good draft overall, though. I didn't like what the Packers did, though. That's gonna crush them.
Yeah, I didn't think Anthony Richardson was going to go
do.
that high, especially to the Colts. I thought if the Colts were going to pick, they were primed to pick somebody like Will Levis.
And Will Levis,
got to give them a little more credit now.
Yeah.
Man, I feel bad for this man Wallet.
Will Levis.
Eight home games, a lot of home games when you're playing at home.
Yeah, all them tickets.
Oh man, you only get 4 for free. If that hasn't changed.
And it'll start from game one, preseason games. Everybody's going to want to come.
Yep.
Preseason, I want to see your first NFL game. Then the first game, home game. It's not going to stop.
I want to see my first game. I got the NFL package for you. It's real nice.
There you go. I'll buy that for you. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Not only can you watch me, you can watch every NFL game that you want.
All of them.
BYOC, bring your own couch. You'll be right on your own couch in your own living room. Let's see now.
Oh, man. Well, all right, people. I appreciate it. This was definitely fun. We'll have to do this again.
Yeah, man. Good time.
Sooner than later.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Don't work too hard out there.
Yeah, stay safe. Where are you staying at in KC?
Bad choice. I am up in what part of town is this? Up in Liberty.
Okay. I know where that is. North.
Yeah, it's north. It was closer to the airport.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, the nicer part, I shouldn't say nicer part. There's another part in the south, Overland Park area and all that, but that's a long way away from everything. So from where you're at. So, all right, man. Well, I will holler at you guys. I'm going to jump out of here. And I will talk to y'all later. Appreciate y'all.
All right, B. I'll hit you tomorrow.
All right, cool.
Yep.
All right. Good one.